Yes. Yes. Okay, let me see it. Let me see, did we lose anything? Yeah, it started again. Started the stream again. Oh, yeah. Oh, nice. So let Discord reconnect itself and then I'll continue. Let Discord reconnect itself. Like, did we lose audio or anything, or is audio okay? Like, is audio okay, or did we lose that? I don't know if the audio is okay, so yeah, let's check. Yeah, I don't know if it's okay, that's why I'm asking. Okay, so it didn't actually trigger it. Nice. Now let me check. Didn't actually trigger it. Nice. Okay, yes. Audio is back. Because the reason I was actually asking about audio is because on my earlier streams it used to disconnect the audio completely whenever it did that. So yeah, that's a thing of the past now. So let me OBS, not multiple output, stats, refresh. What? Wait, what? Yeah, now this I have to see. Oh, oh. So it completely ended the stream. So this actually needs another one. Rip. Complete rip, by the way. Complete rip. So it completely ripped it. Shit. So it completely fucked it up. Yeah. Like it forcefully ended the stream, and whilst that was reconnecting, it started a new one. Like that's complete rip. Now back to the scheduled regularly scheduled madness. So that's a massive rip. So that's something Twitch actually needs to work on. Like in case of something like this ever happening again. I've complained way too many times to actually remember. Way too many times I've complained about it. And I'm not even going to go on that one. Oh nice, so he died. Ooh, cells. I need cells. There you go, found one. Damage taken as you move London sounds okay.
Take it to the extraction zone. Antenna, be careful.
Okay, got it. Got it. Okay. Legitimately, let me start building the gaff one. No, I don't care about you. Don't care about you volunteers. You came here voluntarily. So once I'm finished with the gaff, like farming for her, I'm not going to do this mission anymore on stream. Like, I'm going to go get myself the things I need. And that's it. And that's it. So the good thing is we have audio, which is something that used to be completely disconnected. Also enjoy the lurk. Potentially. Like, I'll potentially go on the floof market. Yeah, when do I have another 59 to kill? 58.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Of course it would do that. This is Warframe. If the number don't increase, then it's not Warframe. I think Warframe forgets I have a glaive, which I can yeet and delete with. There we go. Another 32. So of course you would go to 67, another 20. Neon, what are you doing in Warframe? I thought you didn't play the game. Okay. Are those enough? Oh, I know only one more. One moment. Hey man, ich kann gerade nicht sprechen. Kann gerade nicht sprechen, ich bin live. Ja. Ja, ich kann gerade nicht sprechen, Mann.
What yours?
Yes.
Hello?
Ich kann gerade nicht sprechen. I can't speak.
Colleague, you tell me in English, Peter.
Yes, I can't speak right now.
Oh, go. Okay, we can make a determine later, okay?
Yeah.
Take it, huh? Sorry for disturbing, huh?
Yeah, don't worry, I'm just live on Twitch.
Yeah, okay. Take care, brother. Happy
Yeah.
New Year. Take care. God bless you.
Yeah, same to you. Like, I legitimately can't speak and the guy keeps calling. Guy keeps calling, okay. Okay, no, that's the wrong thing. The wrong thing completely. Yes, there we go. Let me check. Okay, so the only thing we completely lost is the timer. So that's a thing. Okay, how many do we have? 39, yes, there we go. And now if I remember correctly, I also need Argons. I know he isn't. I know he isn't. Let me go to my server on the live. Yes, I'm pretty sure. Like, if you are talking about the guy that called me, no, he's not on Discord. Yeah, so, yeah, I need Argon. I need Argon. Oh, Neo? He's not on Discord anymore? Okay. Give me the capture. Τι θες πάλι? Μπράβο σου, και εγώ τι θες να κάνω. Μη με λες, απλά πάνε, κάνε το μπάνιο σου και τελείωνε. Ναι, μη με λες απλά. Έτσι. I'm currently too lazy to close the window, so I'm not even going to. So after the capture target has been captured, I'm going to search for Argons. Hello there. I think it's floof time. After I get the 2 Argons. Fuck me, why? Why? Yeah, after I'm out of this mission, it's floof time. Like, the only things I need from here are Argon crystals, otherwise I wouldn't even bother. I wouldn't even bother, legitimately. Okay, do they count as enemies? No, they do not. Yeah, about time. Like, after I'm out of this mission, and get the things I need. Yeah, I don't have as many floofs as you do, that's pretty sure. That I'm pretty sure of. But I don't have as many floofs as you. Cool. Έλα και κοίτα. Of course I don't have as many as you, man. You're like legitimately the floof master.
Αυτά τι είναι?
Ζωή μου.
Το max που μπορείς να πάρεις είναι?
Όχι, Όλγα. Είναι η ζωή που έχει ο χαρακτήρας μέχρι να πεθάνει.
Ποια είναι η max ζωή?
Φύγε από εδώ.
Ποια?
Yeah. Where are they? Oh, hello there. Like, legitimately. Oh, what did you try to do? No. That plays automatically. That plays automatically. Yep. Hey, Lynx. How are you doing, man? Okay, let me check on the other one.
There's a heavy unit approaching.
You doing fine? Yeah, it's been a long time. No, I'm not gonna play the song. No, I'm not gonna play that song. Which video are you on about, man? Oh, oi. Yeah, no. For Oi, I do have a video. Wait. No, I wasn't. Oh! Oh, you mean on the Edge server, yes. Yes. Yeah, that was me with Ed a few days ago. Unless you... Yeah. What happened, man? Don't worry, I missed you too, man. I missed you too, brother. Also, I just made like 7 plat. No. This has nothing but we need. Dude, where the fuck are they? Legitimately. Have you tried farming? Yes. I'm farming for the Argon crystals that I need for the gaff right now. After that, I'm going to get the other one, the concrete man.
There's a heavy unit approaching.
Concrete man I didn't have. Still don't have concrete man. Yeah, the gaff I'm actually trying. Oh, citrine is nice. Citrine is really good. Citrine is an actually good frame. I need to farm her like another 1 time for my helmet.
You have broken their ranks and they are on the run. Another successful mission.
Now let me go and make that platinum. We're going to be back on this. Yeah. Yeah, for the helmet. Oh, what was what I saw? Yeah, the grind is hard. The grind is always hard. Like, what was it that Link said? Not Link said, but Gogan said, if you're hard, you're hard. Like, if you're hard, man. Okay, which one did you want again? Okay. Nazis, I see. I see Nazis.
Operation Bait Van Winkle is a resounding success.
I see the war.
Alucard is now exactly where we need him to be so we can move forward with our little surprise. However, before we begin our next phase, I would like to take some time to address a rumor floating around the fleet. Some of you have come to believe that I like
war.
I wish to dash these rumors.
I do not like war. I love war. Yeah.
Through my life, I have discovered so many forms of war. You get up in the morning, you get into your shitty car, and you see a rich CEO who works half as hard as you do drive down the street in his Porsche.
Class war.
You make it to work, and you find out that the annual drug test is today. And you just so happen to take a puff of your one-hitter a couple nights ago before dinner with your wife's awful parents. Drug
war, as always.
You find out that the only ones being called in for testing are your black and Hispanic co-workers. Race war. Then you try and post about it on your Facebook, but then all your friends start arguing about what's right and what's wrong. Flame war. You finally get home and you decide to relax by watching a program about who gets the box, what's in the box, how much is what's in the box worth. Storage wars. What I am telling you, my Nazi army of 1,000 vampires, is that I am a purveyor of war.
Okay, so what did you
And
want?
with your
You
help
wanted
over the years,
diversified
we are now
denial.
at the precipice of our true goal. You see, I want a simple war. No class wars, no drug wars, no race wars, no flame wars, and certainly no cold wars.
That's out.
Blue bought for 40 years. What I want is a war that only we can bring. A true war. A German war. The sequel you've all been waiting for. I want
Yep.
World War III!
MC, what about you? For the good. Yeah, Lynx was okay. I have a new command, by the way, Legura. I have a new command for you. It's called priesthood. I don't think you saw this. Let war finish. Let war finish. I have a new command for you. Let it finish and then I'm going to go again.
I better not miss a damn thing.
Come on, you guys. Joe's gonna be fine.
This
I
is
didn't wait
priesthood.
there. Not like when I went to Hogwarts. Slytherin.
Yep.
Hufflepuff.
Yeah. You know it, don't you?
Registered sex offender. Ah,
You know it.
You are here on a capture mission.
Okay, let's capture it again.
Capture and extract our target.
Yeah, that's good.
You found a target.
Oh, did I?
Kill them quickly before they escape.
Come back here. Yeah. Yeah, no, I don't have her yet. This is why I'm farming the fucking things. This is why I'm farming for for argons. I need argons.
Indicate our target is in the vicinity. Find them. Mission complete. The captive has been escorted to the extraction point.
Oh, has it now? Yeah, like I need 4 runs for one part. No, yeah. And what is if you get 7 of them? What is if you get 7 of them in one run? If you get 6, you need at least 8. Not 8, you need 5 runs. Yeah. No, you don't. Not always. Not always. You don't always get 8. You get a maximum of 7, a minimum of 6, and a rare occurrence of 8. Like, it's rare, but you'll get 8. Oh, nice! We got the crystals. Let's go! Let's go. Let's get ourselves out of here.
There's a heavy unit approaching.
I don't know what I destroyed to get them, but I got it. So 4 rounds, it's 20, yeah. Yeah. No, you need 34 for each part. You need 34 of those Vainform bullshitters. You need 34. Oh, and I got an Ayaya. I got an Ayaya somehow. So 34 divided by 8 at most, or divided by 7, that will give you 7, I say, 3 to 4 runs. Yeah, there you go. You need 34 for one part. Okay, time for floofs. Floof time. You need 34 of them, man. Let's see. Floof. Yeah, no. Not from here. Let's start the collection. Cetus. Yes. Floof time. Fuck. What? But yeah, it's annoying that you need that many. Another 20 minutes on night. I'm not gonna hunt now. Oh, Fisherman Nakak. Oh, I need pyrotic alloy. I need SRD bar. Yeah. Like, how many floofs do you have, man? Yeah, it's floof time. Also, that isn't a command. Who, me or Legura, who has a fucking collection of them? Okay, what was it? Decorations? Equipment, orbiter, decorate. Okay, have 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. I have 4. I have 4. I have 4 floofs. Four of them. Ain't gonna judge you, eh? Oh, speaking of animals, wasn't there a thing? Exactly, that guy. What's his name? Hawk or something? No, no. Hawk is for our for Zoos. What's his name? Kenosai.
When the business first sent me these small stuffed animals,
Yeah, there it is. Floofs. Floofs all around. Yeah. Yeah, this guy. Let's get one of it. Let's get one of it. Yeah, his quotes are fine. Oh, I don't have enough. Okay, don't have enough. I need to do conservation. Yeah, I need to do conservation, man. So this is done. Also, what are the corpus doing here? Wait, I guess our Valis, yeah. Yeah, they do. And if I remember correctly, there is also in Deimos. But Deimos as well. Like, let's farm for them. Like, not farm, but get them. Get the floofs. And, wait, does Zariman have floofs, yes or no? Does the Zariman oh yeah, the sun. Okay. Fast travel. The business. What's today's special? Trade tags. There we go. 1. No, I need some. 2. I need some, I need some, I need some. Yeah, I barely even farm for Sire. Rip. It's some more. Oh, I'm only missing one. Yeah, Zariman, the new one, and the other ones. Oh, okay, got it. Yeah, I don't know. Ask Legura. Ask Legura, man. It's like collectibles. Okay, so this one is done. Yeah, the market. The market, legitimately. Okay, let's see. The sun. Let's go to the sun. Necralisk. Yeah, he has an entire religion around flukes. Legura. So, fast travel. Sun. If I remember correctly, the daughter also has some, doesn't she?
I wonder if I'll ever find out what I did. Why he hates me so much.
No, she doesn't.
On second thought, no. He's not that important.
No, she doesn't. Okay.
Next time.
So, the sun. Browse wares. Yeah, that's a lot of floofs.
Listen to my grandmother from time to time,
Oh,
as you wish.
ah, there you go. There they are. Vulpophyla. Another. I have none for that. Yes. Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot of time spent on floofs, man. Go. Yeah. No. No, no. Yes. At least one from everyone.
Oh hey, heading for the ventricle. If you find
The one thing I hate is the suns. Yeah.
Vulpophyla or Avicea, I'd love a closer look. I
Oh,
can
do you
promise
now?
It's a more pleasurable experience.
72 of them, yes. 0, 0, 0, 0, and 0. Yeah.
Don't get lazy out there. Bye for now, you shiny thing.
No, let's go and do... What's its name?
Do you need me?
Yes, I do.
How long someone has to live?
Ooh, nice. I hope I get another one of
I don't know.
the Archon swords.
That's for sure.
Specifically Tau forged ones. Oh shit. Yeah, sure. Yeah, you can. Oh, Eridan is on. Legura. Get over here. Yeah. Gave you a migraine, wait. Ah. This game mode is actually enjoyable. Okay, yeah, I'm not doing it on open squads because of randoms.
You or your squad need to grab all 4 of these keys.
Yeah, map is...
I won't lie.
The map is awesome, man.
No version of this that feels good.
Lynx, you wanna join? Yeah, I'm gonna wait for Legura to load in. Yeah. Of course you are. Of course you are. It's like 2 hours away from New Year. I know, right? Legura, are you loading in? Ah. Yeah, no, I have my stash is literally beside me. Yeah, it does. It does. Like this, it's already done. Almost done. I have enough alcohol here if I want to go on alcohol poisoning.
The anchor hold without all
Okay.
4 key glyphs.
So, every time you take damage, you'll suffer bleed status. Yes. Current electricity targets the bearer of this. Yes. Okay. Water bees. Yeah. So lose 2 health when moving or jumping. Oh, moving and jumping. Positive effect, yes. Yeah, you can take the other 2. You can get the other 2, man.
If you want to find out what Albrecht was up to in that Netracell, you'll need one of each key.
Yep.
Ready? To leave the anchor hole, access that terminal. The Netracell is
Yeah.
slab maze.
The funny thing about this is it actually requires only one thing. Moving and, like, legitimate jumping only. So that I don't lose any health. But yeah, it's only 2, so whatever. It's like whatever. Plasma keeper. Oh! Oh! This bad. So it's that bad. Okay, yeah, we're not hunting bows, but whatever. I'm just trying to do this mission. Okay, so 50% of your health is down. Okay. Oh, so you're on your phone completely. Got it. Got it, man. Aye, man. Okay, let's see. Oops, wrong side. Completely wrong side. Well, we'll see. You know, while I do like this game mode, but did they really have to make it this big? Some people will complain about it. Like, you know they will. Snowflakes will complain about it. There we go.
Use this system to let you in, and I'll send your personal necromech to a dispenser.
Yeah, now I just gave us necromechs as well, so I kind of made it unfair.
Your necromech is en route to you, even as we speak.
I kind of made it unfair.
To the ensuing mayhem.
Using the key glyphs will open the Netracell, so be ready. Right door, wrong key glyph. Try a different one. I was afraid of this. Netracell security system won't open with all the uglies around. Clear them out, and make sure the system can see you doing it.
Yeah, yes. Just die. Load in. Come on. Yes. Okay, let me use Field of Shadows. Yeah, Speedway is nice. By the way, I'm slowing them down on purpose. I'm using Gloom to get my health back up. So yeah, that's on purpose. Oh, give it here. Hello there. Yeah, I'm gonna enjoy this. Oh, wait, you're down? Don't revive. Yeah, I'm coming to get you. Oh yeah, you can't. Forgot. You don't have Kido? I see. You're childless. Hey, the good thing about you is you don't pay child support. Legura. Can you imagine child support in the Warframe universe? Oh, you're taking it down? Okay, okay, got it. Can you imagine the child support system in the Warframe universe? I, for one, cannot. Okay, so let's go back. I can't imagine the child support system in Warframe if they introduced the child support system. Even if they did, I still cannot imagine it. I legitimately cannot imagine Warframe having a child support system. I can't, man. I can't. Okay. Yeah, me got downed. Thank you. You gotta keep going, huh? Okay. I see. No, we aren't fighting anything else. We're just doing this. And there is nothing else to fight but these guys. So, yeah. Ow. Yeah, it got me again. It got me again. Thank you. Let's do this. Like, the good thing is that you're actually invulnerable now. Whenever you're using Shield of Shadows. Like, you're legitimately invulnerable, that's good. Come on, give me your arms. Oh, host migration is dead. Let it die. Okay. Come on. Go. No, fuck it. No, I'm not gonna let it die. I'm going to revive it. %. Enemy intensity increasing. Go. 21%. Yeah, no, I'm not even going to focus on that one. Oh, give me that. Let's go up. Boom, down, boom. Yes. Yeah, yes. 13%. Me that. How does it do negative 10%? It's because of gloom. It's because of gloom. Squishy AF, yep. Let me revive my host migration. I do not want host migration to die. To die. Okay. Plus, I think you're forgetting that my Terrify can actually slow the enemies even further down, and that actually stacks up. So I'm using Terrify, I always have Bloom on, so yeah, it makes sense why you would actually get negative 10% speed. Nice, let's go.
Albrecht didn't want anyone in here. I want to know why.
Okay. Let's get everything out of here. Yes.
Okay. Next.
There we go. Yeah, exactly. If it fits in, why the fuck are you complaining? Okay, let's see. If the shoe fits. Ah! Got it. I got him. Yeah, there is nothing here. There is nothing here, you can come to extraction, man. Yeah, there is nothing there, I just checked. Legura, there is nothing there. Oh, you found another one. There we go. Oh, we got fortification. Yeah. Oh. Okay, so what did we even get? Let me see. Oh, Raven Slivers. No, I want... Me wants the things. Arsenal. Yeah, man. Yep. Oh, for you? I want this, yes. And specifically, I'm going to use... Okay, what weapon should I use? Like, Necros is good and all, but... Yetus Dilitus... Clave... Okay, let me see. Okay, yeah. Sveatlon build. Good, got it. No. Yes. Yes.
Who, me?
Yes.
Go with the herd, you know?
Yeah, I'm gonna be using Wisp for this. The reason for that is called her one, her first one, her first ability. So, high current electricity, yes. Every time I take damage I suffer bleed. Yes. Yeah, take the other two, man.
Ready? To leave the anchor hold, access that terminal. The Netracell is hidden somewhere in these labs. Sniff it out yourself or get control of terminals. They'll tell you where it is.
I will go. Okay, let me see this. Yeah, this one's stuck. Oh, you're stuck on the door. Gotcha. Give me a moment to do this. Let me come and get you. Oh, you fixed it? So apparently we're hunting the things as well. Yes. There we go. Oh, nice. Yeah, this door is stuck.
If I ever see that grimoire, I'm gonna bolt. You gotta understand, it's a predator.
What kind of predator? Is it a child predator? Because if that's the case, then I have two words for it. No, don't. But don't know where it is. Yeah, no, don't actually activate it. Like, what kind of predator are we talking about, Fishy? Is it a child predator? Or just a normal predator? Oh, you're almost dead? Yeah. Boom, done.
Recalibrate the console to recognize you, and your necromech will be with you in seconds. Your necromech will be waiting at the designated dispenser. You may fire when
Yes, let me put that there so that we don't actually lose it.
Using the key glyphs will open the Netracell, so be ready. Security is freaking out. The Netracell doors won't open until you clear out the uglies around the entrance.
Okay. After this I have like 3 more. Yeah, no, I don't need that. This is what I need. Yeah. No worries, man. No worries. Like, after I complete these 5, I'm actually going to change titles. I'm gonna go to The Witcher. Yeah. Don't worry about it. What did you find? Oh, this. You're inside the safe, I got you. Gotcha. Well, I wouldn't call it save. I wouldn't call it save. If I know exactly how to get there, I could. Let me see. So it's over there, that means somewhere around here.
Albrecht's damn necromites are reinforcing the Netrocell. Your hands are tied until you knock them out.
Oh, over there. Yeah, here you go. Yeah, no worries. How? Yeah. Oh, you don't have enough survivability, got it. Ow. Wait. Yeah, it got me. What? Game, what the fuck? Yeah, I need to put one down. Let me put one here. %, yes. Yeah, you're completely outside of the perimeter, by the way. Hi. Please do. Did he just say uwu? Did he just say uwu? I see, so I did not mishear it. Ow.
Something's going on with necromites. Trying to lock this thing down. Take them out.
No. Ah. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. You got an entire day. that. Oh, enemy intensity is intensifying. Get over here. So, let's go, come on. Yeah, 66%, 33 for drones, yep. %, yep. There we go. Boom. Boom, boom. Ah, fuck, I need to reload again. I hate when it does this. %. 4. Yeah, last week I did damn thing, didn't, yeah. You didn't do net cells last week? To be fair, neither did I. Neither did I, to be fair. There we go.
Whatever Albrecht was hiding and get back to the sanctum.
Yes. Oh, you see it? I see. Now not anymore.
Not what I was hoping for, but that can still come in handy.
Okay, yeah, it got me. Okay, let's just get out of here, man. Let's just get out of here. And hopefully we get what we need. Hopefully. Wait a second. Oh, there it is. 6. There it is. What did we get? What did we get? Nothing. You got Tau Forged?
Must make the best of things.
You got a Tau Forged one? No? Hopefully. Yeah. Nope. Another day. Got it. Oh, nice. Nice. Like, I didn't do my hand at all. Like, legitimately didn't do it. Aye, man. I will. Let me see. Cavia standing. I will. So, Cavia standing. Let's actually get to, like, rank 3 of this. And then have a small break.
Remember, I'm never alone down here.
Yes.
Remain of stalwart mind, Tenno. Even in the face of madness.
Redeem.
We appreciate.
What do I need to get to rank 3? Let's see.
We have much. Eyes front. We begin.
Ooh, nice. Nice, nice, nice. Where to go?
You understand the tall papa has set
Pepe?
aside
Did it just say Pepe? Pepe has? Pepe has what? Okay, fortification on melee kill, no. Gain melee damage, yes. Yes. The hidden rooms have more boas, yes, they do.
Alright, right, there you go. Back to work. Stop him! Anyone! He's lost his mind!
Okay.
By the void! He's killed me!
Yeah, I did get arcane.
Stop!
I'm leaking!
Wait, you're leaking? Who are you to leak?
What?
You're not a faucet. You're not a faucet.
Do you care? You put us in that bell. You watched as she...
I saved your lives!
Yes, you did.
Do you really think Albrecht thought to freeze you? To preserve you? That was me! In the hope that we might find a cure!
Okay, let me check the time. Ooh, it's 20 before 8.
Exposure. Then that means
The clock's still
Moment, what?
We're gonna die.
According to news sources,
Working on it.
I don't care.
Epic will actually allow NSFW games.
The fish.
What? He did it! He killed her! He killed Min!
What? I just told you that you're going to... Hold on a minute. The specimen... Min was lost to the void.
Vented to the void by him.
Why would...
To save himself! Or so the coward thought! Tell them! Tell them what you did!
Okay, let me see that.
The void had penetrated the bell.
Oh, that's a 2-day-old news.
In there with us. Before it started talking, though, it made us smart enough to understand it.
Oh, really?
And that's when Fibonacci here lost his shit. Panicked. Tried to get it out by blowing the seal.
Why did this sound overly sexual?
After the monitors failed, Albrecht wondered how you all came to be exposed to that degree. Fibonacci?
His name isn't Fibonacci. Of the four of us, he's the only one without a name.
Oh, really? Good.
Aren't you, mate? Weren't even part of the group. Didn't even get
Yep.
a label.
A late addition.
A late addition is all he was.
Mm-hmm.
An afterthought. A fish. Why name something too stupid to hold a memory?
Well, to be fair,
15 seconds.
to be fair,
Hear what?
He's killed me! You killed us! All of us! Forever kissing the fist that
Mm-hmm.
beats you.
Wait, is that some kind of abusive relationship?
Stinking liar. Min and I
Is
were
that
the
some
last
kind of abusive relationship between the pets of Albrecht and Albrecht? Or am I getting something mismatched here?
one more component in one more experiment. And Papa didn't think much of the results. So, tag for disposal.
Mm-hmm.
That was us. Both of us were tag for.
Disposal, yeah.
I won't let her go on with that.
Yeah, you can.
I gave her something better.
Yeah, it is. By the way, is it just me or did it sound like an abusive relationship? Oh, it just wants some fish pussy. Got it. Not fish. What's its name? Some cat pussy.
What?
Yeah, that's a cat. Like, I'm going to go play some Witcher after the break, after the obligatory break. So yes, bring it over. Yes. Okay, so that's new. Let me switch over to just setting. Yep.
Welcome to the age of iPad kids. Gen Z, we're told, is terrified by the prospect of raising a generation of children who are slaves to their iPads. The term iPad kids is...
Ah, shit. Me fucked it up. There you go. Me fixed what I fucked up.
Welcome to the age of iPad kids. Gen Z, we're told, is terrified by the prospect of raising a generation of children who are slaves to their iPads. The term iPad kids is commonly used to describe children who are raised without any restrictions on their screen time. And the topic, ironically enough, gained significant traction on TikTok.
Which, fun fact, if you are raised or given a thing to take your mind out of it, it means that the parents have either no idea how to raise you or they don't want you currently in their vicinity because they're doing something. So yeah, that's a thing.
TikTok amongst TikTok kids. There is now a whole genre of TikTok videos that have garnered millions of views, where users openly criticize and ridicule the behaviors of iPad kids, throwing tantrums when the devices are taken away, displaying a complete disinterest in engaging with others, lacking the
Yeah, this is why I said beforehand humanity is becoming way too introverted.
ability to play with traditional toys, etc. But behind all the sarcasm and dark humor lies a whole host of uncomfortable truths about where our society is going. The kids of today are bad, but the kids of tomorrow will be living a life we can't even think of.
Yeah, they won't. Like, they won't have any outside interactions.
Generation Alpha is something we don't want to think about. But what's actually going to happen to these kids in the future? But to understand
I can tell you what's going to happen. Here is a prediction. What's going to happen for everyone that is born after Generation Alpha, after the 1990s, and has legitimately no idea how to interact with people, they're going to be glued into their screens like this. Like this. Their attention span is already fucked. Like, legitimately fucked. The current statistics show that we are worse than a goldfish when it comes to attention spanning. So yeah, that's going to be problematic. So first off, every time they complain about it, as children, they are getting a phone or an iPad or a tablet of some sort shoved into their hands because people do not want to discipline their own children. Not humans, but parents of today do not want to discipline their children anymore because it's easier to give them one of these to shut them the fuck up for like 2 and 3 hours until they get hungry, and then cook something, make sure they get back onto that after eating, and have no fucking way of behaving.
gonna happen and why iPad kids are such a terrifying phenomena, we need to look at how things were a few decades ago. It wasn't long ago when it was normal for children to play outside, unsupervised for extended periods of time.
Like 7 to 8 hours. 7 to 8 hours you would be outside back in the 80s and 90s playing unsupervised. Some of the times.
Specifically to play with other kids from their neighborhoods. Your parents probably did the same, all for extended periods of time, completely unsupervised, playing sports, building forts and climbing trees. And doing this helped children develop useful skills for their adult years. They learned how to communicate, how to negotiate, how to delegate, how to defend themselves, how to make friends, and the importance of teamwork. It helped them develop lifelong friendships. Play helped these children develop as humans to become, as the author Nicholas Taleb said, anti-fragile. It fostered creativity. Play along with other key components like community, traditional family values and religion, helped form what philosopher Peter Berger called a sacred canopy, an invisible structure that stretched over society, providing a shield that protects people from the uncertainties and cruelties of life. Outdoor, unsupervised play helped create better citizens and in turn, a better society. However, in the early 80s, outdoor unsupervised play became far less frequent, replaced instead by closely monitored trips to the park and heavily supervised playdates.
Well, there is a reason for that. There is a reason why that happened.
1997, the year Generation C officially began, the days of widespread unstructured play were officially dead. And fast forward to today, and outdoor unsupervised play has almost been entirely replaced by indoor unsupervised screen time, and family time replaced by screen time. Today's children suffer from nature deficit disorder, a term coined by author Richard Louv.
We're creating an environment in which I believe, by definition, they are less alive. What parent wants their child to be less alive? What teacher wants their students to be less alive?
At the same time, rates of childhood conduct disorder, a precursor to psychopathy, continues to increase. This worrying rise is completely connected to a lack of unsupervised play and the fact that more and more parents are outsourcing their role as primary caregivers. And
there is a reason for that. Nowadays, both parents have to work a 9 to 5 or at least 4 hours a day. If you have a family, may I know what you're streaming currently? Reach out to me on Discord. If it's about promotions, no. First of all, currently Warframe, Witcher, and just chatting. So as I was saying, there is a reason why they hire nannies nowadays, because in current society, if not both parents are in works, it's kind of, well, you're living in abject poverty if only one of the two parents works and doesn't bring enough money to support the family. If both of them work, then they can actually balance the income of the family. So the reason why they hire nannies and give them the children some smartphones is to take away some time that they have to kill.
Outsourcing to who? Well, the people who control the algorithms. Artificial intelligence like Siri, Alexa, and a whole host of other artificial creations have zero interest in protecting the most vulnerable, and instead using them as pawns to advertise to, mold, and create into the ideal people for
There is a reason for that. Children are malleable. Today's society wants you to be a peon. To be a pawn, essentially. Listen. Yeah, the pupil awareness program is another thing. Today's society only expects you to be a peon, follow orders, don't question anything, and for some way for you to be happy about it. No. No.
Amazon, Apple, or whatever big tech company. In truth, these advanced algorithms target babies and toddlers, identify
because they are the easiest ones to actually manufacture / program to the new age bullshit of thinking, which is be a pawn, don't question anything, follow the law, don't revolt, accept everything the media feeds you as news, have the attention span that is worse than a goldfish. It's bad.
Their weaknesses and exploiting them mercilessly, so as they grow up they're always dependent on their tablets, and the effects of this will be disastrous for society. But the problem is today it's more and more tempting to rely on screens. Parents today have
me and you could legitimately start a podcast talking about how society failed.
So many things to do. Both parents usually work now because no one has any money anymore.
Exactly, and that's because of inflation. So as inflation went up, the amount you earn went down. Oh, don't worry. I'll add more fuel to that fire. I'll add more fuel to that, because 100 things is nothing.
And so, when parents come back exhausted, it's just so much easier to give their kid an iPad, while the parents...
Yeah, exactly. Due to inflation, both parents need to work. Due to inflation, in order to not live in abject poverty, both parents need to work. Like, if you're one of the lucky few that has only the father working and providing for the family, then you're lucky because you know your family actually makes enough income to go by. Like, to pay your rent, to pay your foods, to pay clothes, to pay doctor's visits, to pay for your living, essentially. It's why nowadays most people don't have children, because children are fucking expensive. They're fucking expensive. Okay? You have childcare, you have this, you have the schooling, you have doctor's visits, which in most countries around the world are actually paid out of pocket. You have the childcare itself, meaning clothes, doctor's visits, making sure it's healthy, diapers, groceries. Yeah, it's not easy. And let's not even get started on the birthing process, how much that costs nowadays and comes not even out of your insurance. If you have insurance and they pay it, you're fucking lucky.
Can relax for an hour or two, but ongoing research consistently highlights the long-term effects of excessive screen time on kids. Such effects include memory impairment, reduced emotional control, heightened levels of apathy and anxiety, lower levels of empathy, delays in speech and language development, and even criminal behavior. And when parents aren't watching their young ones, sexual predators are. And I mean that quite literally, but more on that later.
This is why from 2000 and current year, there have been legitimately dropping, not to mention kids here who are left unattended with mobile devices are always, yeah, exactly. Not only that, man. Not only that. So here is the reason why most playdates and unsupervised outings stop. There you go. And this is in Greece of all places. Yeah.
In 2017, psychologist Dr. Jean M. wrote for The Atlantic that Generation Z has in many ways been destroyed by the rise of smartphones.
Yep,
and we all know this. Generation Z is more anxious, more depressed, more suicidal, less likely to date, less likely to have sex, less likely to venture outside, less likely...
There is a reason for that. We are unhappy with the way things are.
Likely to have any friends, less likely to talk to family members, more lonely, more isolated, and more depressed. Generation Z is down bad. We all can see this. It's a horrific transformation in the last few decades that has created the generation we see today. But just think of Generation Alpha, i.e. the iPad kids, who are going to be even sicker, dumber, sadder, and more lonely than Generation Z is today. Not to mention fatter. You see, children in the past would engage in hours of...
My sister... Oh... Yeah, that's bad. Dude, this is why whenever I actually get something and the youngest of my sisters wants it, I'm always going to put child security on that device. What does child security do, you may ask? It prevents false, fraudulent charges. It prevents the child itself from buying shit. It legitimately makes it so that unless she's watching something that is child appropriate, she cannot watch it or play that. She cannot transact. She can only talk like from on the phone, and that phone also has a timer. Like she can only get it for like 3 hours a day, and that's it.
Play every day, which not only allowed them to burn calories and maintain their physical fitness, but also facilitated social interaction, enhanced cognitive abilities, and alleviated stress. However, as playtime is diminished, all aspects of childhood development have been negatively affected, with the consequences on health and obesity.
No. VFA is not going to help. VFA is not going to help. What you need is child security on the phone. You get that off of Google. You make an account. You make an account for your child as well, and then you put specific limits. What games can it play? What is appropriate? What can it even write? Like what the phone itself can write and search for. You're legitimately blocking it. You're legitimately making another great wall, essentially.
being particularly concerning. The association between increased screen time and obesity is undeniable. More screen time activity tends to go hand in hand or hand in mouth with higher food consumption and less long-term gratification. Multiple studies have demonstrated that prolonged screen exposure actually leads to a heightened desire for food and increased snacking habits amongst
Again, now you get a notification on your phone or an email. Yeah, exactly. Like you get a reminder, you pay for it when you get another reminder, or hey,
children and teenagers. And to compound this, studies show that the most obese children go on to become obese adults. In fact, about 55% of kids who are obese during their childhood will continue to be obese during their adolescence.
Of course, and when you have the entire woke movement and the whole Me Too movement and the whole terrorist organization that is the woke movement. Fun fact, research incoming. Research incoming with the saying, if you support wokeness, you're a terrorist. Yeah, that's it. Like, if you're woke, you're a terrorist. I still need to work on that design for that, but incoming. Next year. Sometime next year, it's going to drop. Alongside the annual shirt, which has the one of my phrases for the year.
Ostracizing them even further. That's why it's now estimated that around 80% of adolescents who are obese will still be obese when they reach adulthood.
There is a reason for that. They do not know what it means to even be healthy. Don't even deny unlimited Wi-Fi for studying or anything else. No. Like, if you want to study, do it like we did it. You went in a school that had a public library. Yeah, if you wanna study, go on a fucking library. They have limits. They have limits, and here in Germany and in Greece, if you go on the library to study, you need to open an account with them. Yeah. So here's the thing. If you go on a library, either here in Germany or in Greece, if you want to study and loan books out and use the computers, you need to have a card. And they have limits. And not everyone can get that card, okay? Not everyone can get it. Now, if you say, for example, 6 or 7 years old and you want to study, oh, I don't know, Mein Kampf by Adolf Hitler, you're not gonna get it. Why? Because that book has only been given free for research purposes into psychology. So unless you're doing your MBA or your bachelor's degree in psychology, you're not gonna get that book. If you wanna read about, Mein Kampf, you're not going to get that book unless, If you wanna get the 10 Principles of Marxism by Karl Marx, for example, you're not gonna get that book as a 6 or 7 year old. You're gonna get that book at the age of 15. Is it publicly available to loan out or read out in the library? Yes, it is. Why? Because it teaches you stupidity breeds more stupidity, and stupidity will always be there. There is a saying I used to say a few years ago. Now let me see if I can remember it. Ah, yes. Humanity is the mother of stupidity, and she's always pregnant. Why? Because we see that.
Ostracizing them further and further, making them more unhealthy.
Or even better, if you want to study philosophy or even hell, what's his name? Darwin. If you want to read about Darwinism, you're not going to get past a 6 or 7 year old. You're not. You're just not, because those books have been age restricted.
Making them have less testosterone and less ability to actually enjoy life as they should be. And if you don't believe me, most children now have a cell phone by the age of 7. Just look around.
7! Get that, 7! I didn't get my first phone until I was 12, first of all, and it was a flip phone. It was a Sony Ericsson flip phone, and that was only so that I can call home, tell them, hey, I'm coming, or hey, I'm going to be at the library, just so they know I'm still alive. My first smartphone I got with 16. But I started working on electronic devices since the age of 15. Okay? You do not give children smartphones. You give them flip phones or old school phones, old school tech. Just to keep in touch where the fuck they are.
Around you. So many kids at restaurants everywhere you go are on their iPads or their iPhones, going online for hours at a time, doing things that their parents are completely oblivious to, fueling
This is why I say, put the child safety on.
huge mental health epidemic for children, which is why in recent years, there have been record levels of sadness and self-harm within kids. Instagram in particular has been found to have detrimental effects on mental well-being. A study investigating the frequency of Instagram use revealed a strong link between its usage and various negative outcomes such as depression, lower self-esteem, appearance anxiety, and body dissatisfaction. Millions of children as young as 10 use Instagram and are regularly bombarded with sexualized images.
Wait, what? 10? Isn't the limit 13?
And traumatizing self-harm footage, not to mention always feeling insecure compared to the people who live better lives than you, or at least they seem to. So is it any wonder that kids today are so miserable if we're setting them up like this in the first place? Their innocence is being ripped away from them at such a young age, and replaced with something truly awful. Even YouTube Kids, designed specifically
to let's go on another scandal. YouTube Kids does not work, it's dead. YouTube Kids is dead. It's dead. Why? Here. Sorry. Where was it? Here, yes. Yeah, there we go. Right around here. Do you see this side? This is YouTube. Let's say YouTube Kids. Is it still up? I wonder. Is it still up? Apparently it is. Let's see. It's an app. It's not even the full release of YouTube. It's an app. Like, why would a child go to YouTube Kids instead of going to YouTube and searching whatever they want?
There's the real episode.
As well as material focusing on alcohol and drug consumption. Predators use Instagram and are regularly bombarded with sexualized imagery and traumatizing self-harm footage, not to mention always feeling insecure compared to the people who live better lives than you, or at least they seem to. So is it any wonder that kids today are so miserable if we're setting them up like this in the first place? Their innocence is being ripped away from them at such a young age, and
Child innocence has been raped apart. It's a dead horse. It's the same with free speech. It's dead.
Replaced with something truly awful. Even YouTube Kids, designed specifically to...
Yeah, this is just an app. Why would you want to use YouTube Kids, which is an app for YouTube that actually restricts content when your child can legitimately go to YouTube, the app itself, on the phone and watch whatever the fuck they want without restrictions? Yeah, the restrictions on YouTube do not work, even the 18+ ones. They don't.
To cater to children as young as 4 is really not safe at all. The application has been shown to offer children content of a sexual nature, as well as material focusing on alcohol and drug consumption, predator content and other strange things, really not meant for 4-year-olds. More recently, a number of reports have emerged regarding harmful material on YouTube that specifically targets children as young as 2.
We have isolated some of these so people can understand exactly what we're talking about. On the left of the screen, there's the
as young as 2. The fuck? Why would a 2-year-old be on YouTube? And I don't understand it either, and it pisses me off. Dude, that's not even the worst. That's not even the worst. Search it up. Go, if you have YouTube Kids, search it up. It's called the Spider-Man threesome. It's a legit video on YouTube Kids. Like, why?
Real episode of Peppa Pig, when Peppa goes to the dentist, and on the right, that fake that you're talking about, fear.
Yeah, no, it's a real thing. It's a legit thing. You can find softcore hentai on YouTube Kids. Legitimately.
Appearance. And here's another example that we pulled from Paw Patrol, which you mentioned. Firefighter to the rescue, and then on the right, the fake, the crash, the death, the fear. So
Basically, nefarious individuals have tampered with content from popular and cherished children's franchises, including well-known shows like Peppa Pig, Nickelodeon's Paw Patrol, and Disney's Froze. These perpetrators have inserted inappropriate and unsettling content featuring beloved...
Was that figure twerking? Or was that just my eyes? Let me check.
cherished children's franchises, including well-known shows like Peppa Pig, Nickelodeon's Paw Patrol, and Disney's Froze. These perpetrators have inserted inappropriate and unsettling content featuring beloved characters, causing subliminal trauma to unsuspecting toddlers. And these are the people bringing up children today. When you get parents out or they come back from work all tired and exhausted, they just...
I already explained why it happens. It's because of inflation.
Just give the iPad to the kid who is then raised by these predators. The girls seem to have it way worse than the boys.
Oh,
it's just more and more
Don't even get me started.
Find out how bad social media really is for women in particular. We've all seen these articles like teen girls are facing a mental health epidemic. Teen girls report record levels of sadness. American teen girls are not okay. Each one loaded with these horrific stories and weird side effects. And in recent times, psychological professionals have seen a huge rise in individuals seeking help for mental health disorders and symptoms resembling Tourette's syndrome. And it's coming out more and more that TikTok's actually to blame here, as these are now being...
Of course it is! Of course it is! When you have 45 seconds of video and you go up all the time and all you see is these models with like double D's and then asked to die for as a young teenager, of course you're gonna be fucking traumatized. As a female, if you see a model figure and you don't have that by like age 14, if they are the same age, then you're gonna start wondering, what am I doing wrong? What could I do better to get a figure like that? Like, why?
Called TikTok tics, where young individuals, particularly young girls, are manifesting symptoms of various disorders due to exposure to social media influencers who themselves exhibit these symptoms. TikTok tics are distinct from what medical professionals usually see in patients with Tourette's. They're an example of mass sociogenic illness, or mass hysteria, where behaviors, emotions, or conditions spread spontaneously within a group, including online groups. Moreover, the more time individuals, especially girls, spend on social networking websites, the more likely they are to experience psychological distress and even contemplate ending their life. But 60% of young girls claim they have now experienced bullying online as well.
Of course you're gonna experience bullying. Bullying is everywhere, be it online or offline. If you don't have the balls to take it, then don't. Then go see your teacher and tell them, hey, this is happening, do something about it.
Pounding the mental health epidemic even worse. Is it any wonder that Gen Alpha is doomed? If generation...
No, it's no wonder. You know why? Because most people, even in the teaching profession, fuck your sensitivities. Fuck your sensibilities. I don't give a flying fuck if I damage them. You fucking snowflake cunt. I don't care. Grow the fuck up.
Z is as messed up as it is today. What's the generation of iPad kids gonna look like in 20 years? Especially
dead. They're gonna be dead.
When screens and social media are not only ruining their mental health, but also making them devoid of any emotion in the first place. You see, there isn't just a rise in TikTok tics, but social media sites like TikTok and YouTube are actually shown to increase psychopathy. Now, psychopaths, otherwise known as people who suffer from antisocial personality disorder, are characterized by their coldness, manipulativeness, antisocial nature, and narcissistic tendencies. And of all the people in society, they tend to be some of the most toxic, doing whatever is needed to get what they want when they want it. Society and your well-being is of no importance. They will do anything they can to...
Okay, spoiler alert. If I decide to have a child, which with the current way my economy is going, I don't think I will not raise it with an iPad. Fuck that. Fuck that. That child was not going to have a phone until at least it's 10. Like, just before it becomes a teenager. Just before 13. It's not going to have a phone until that age. I'm going to lock it up. Legitimately, I'm going to make sure, if that child is mine, to raise it properly, with human values and not like this. It's not gonna get an iPhone or an iPad or a smartphone at all. It's gonna get my old 3310, because the only thing it needs to do, yeah, exactly. the first phone it's going to get is a 3310. Yes, I have some operational still. Because the only thing that child needs the phone for is to call home, see if everything is okay, and tell, hey, I'm going to be late. Or, hey, I'm here, I finished school, can you come and pick me up? That's it. Yeah, when someone says when someone says something about some huge major ping, and they are right, then yeah, they're lunatic is simple, yeah.
And this disorder is often associated with early childhood encounters such as maltreatment and rejection. And yes, you probably guessed it, extensive use of screens and social media. To be diagnosed with psychopathy, one must be over the age of 18.
Yes.
Before 18, a child is diagnosed with something called conduct disorder, a severe behavioral problem which often involves aggression and law-breaking tendencies. And the research clearly shows that childhood CAD symptoms are significantly associated with greater daily social media use during emerging adulthood, and that more daily social media use is significantly associated with various antisocial behaviors. Antisocial conduct in childhood is a strong predictor of criminal behavior in adulthood. And if you think about it, our society already in the West is designed to promote the most psychopathic of all. The most greedy, narcissistic are rewarded the most. And this hamster wheel is only going to increase, especially with screen time hampering our capacity to interpret facial expressions and acquire social skills, both of which are crucial.
Give me a moment to actually get off of Warframe. Let me get off of Warframe and I'll continue the video. The reason I'm getting off of this game is because after this I'm going to be playing Witcher 3. So yes, exit game.
Elements of cultivating empathy. And once social media removes empathy from the human equation, and you quickly find yourself surrounded by a large amount of Patrick Bateman-like people, the most virtue-signaling, empty, vacuous, plastic people, who have no care for the society that has brought them up, or the people around them. Just more instant gratification, more dopamine. This is the generation of iPad kids. And of course, not everyone's going to be a psychopath, of course not. It's an incredibly rare thing in the first place. But the lack of empathy and growing narcissism that growing up on an iPad causes is a really worrying sign, especially when you look at modern day influencers today, the people actually raising your
don't even get me started on the middle fuck.
Children. You see, more and more influencers are always there in your child's life now. They're the ones on your screen, the ones trend-jacking TikTok, the ones setting the culture of today. And when you look at the biggest influencers now who flaunt their opulent lifestyles and endorse things like OnlyFans, are these really the people you want raising your children? The Adam 22s, Logan Pauls, Neons of the world. All of these shallow, superficial beings who fills kids' head with idiotic, sometimes dangerous ideologies. And worryingly, as more and more studies show, influencers are having a profound impact on the psyche of kids, shaping their ideologies through the spread of distorted, emotionally charged narratives, propagating materialistic wealth, greed, self-absorption, and just bottom of the bucket behavior. Your daughter's being raised by Cardi B, Ruby Rose, Sexy Red, rapping about
what the fuck? No! Hell no! Like, if my child wanted to go on the internet, 2 hours max, unless it's for research purposes, at which point it's becoming 4. And mind you, I will already have set up a fucking firewall to make sure that child does not watch this bullshit.
their genitals and the glories of promiscuity, warping little children everywhere with the impression of what others actually find attractive. Boys who are told to get more hoes, to get more money, to neglect culture and tradition, and screw everyone over. Children who are influenced by adult content at such early ages. I'm not even kidding, today kids as young as 9 are regularly exposed to adult content. And this is not
Of course, because there is no fucking parental figure. There is no parental figure present on that. They give the child like a phone or an iPad or a tablet and let it Hey Mary. They don't set up parental controls. They don't set up restrictions. They just hail it. Just give it the iPad. I'm way too tired from work to do some shit about it. Let it watch, oh, I don't know, 2 girls, 1 cup. Yeah, that's it.
The adult content of your parents' time. We all know what this is. It's the most degenerate, debauched content imaginable. Compilations of the worst things you can think of, completely destroying your children's dopamine. Because in our society, people are just too tired and overworked to even have the time to raise their children properly anymore. So giving them an iPad to numb them just seems like the easier option today. But when you really think about what's going on here, When you really think about what they're being influenced by, the fact that children everywhere are watching this kind of content before they've even had their first kiss, what is this doing to children's brains? Well, not only is it ruining their attention span and their empathy, but it also has detrimental effects on their developing prefrontal cortex, a region of the brain responsible for rational decision making and impulse regulation. Consequently, when this area is compromised, children are prone to displaying impulsive behavior and making even worse decisions. Without a fully functioning prefrontal cortex, a human runs the risk of living life full of recklessness and poor choices. Even the iPads given out in schools aren't safe. There's just more and more stories emerging involving young children, third graders, being given unfiltered iPads and being fed the most disturbing material by these algorithms. Although Apple's screen time was introduced in 2018 to stop this very sort of behavior, with restrictions ostensibly designed to help parents and educators, it's usually never that effective. Children can just easily circumvent these minor obstacles and end up accessing the most depraved content you can think of. New research from Imperial Software shows that 1 in 4 young students have watched harmful or violent content online while in the classroom, and 17% were watching it on a school device. And even
okay, so here's the thing. I can understand showing some graphical things for history purposes. Like, say, for example, you're doing World War II. You're going to show what the concentration camps were like, but that's on children that are 12 and older. 12 years of age and older. But nowadays, yeah, it's bad. It's really bad.
1 in 10 children have used gambling sites through these iPads. And again, to be clear, all in the classroom. If all this isn't depressing enough though, there's
Did we just hear that right?
generation of iPad kids. Predators exploiting Generation
Did we hear
Alpha,
that right?
then a generation of iPad. And to be clear, all in the classroom. Is that 1 in 4 young students have watched harmful or violent content online while in the classroom, and 17% were watching it on a school device. And even 1 in 10 children have used gambling sites through these iPads. And
Wait, you're telling me that you, as a legitimate institution, do not have the know-how, the brain, to block gambling sites, pornography sites, anything NSFW, anything that is not child age restricted. You're telling me that instead of doing like 50 minutes of work to set up like 20, 30 iPads, you're giving it boom, 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 and hoping it works with a screen time. Oh, I know, like, you think this is bad in America. Here, the school I went to, here in Germany, the high school I went to, because I went to high school twice. Once in Greece, and once here in Germany. Yeah. So here's the thing. We didn't get that. We had a computer room, which, incidentally, I was the guy that ran that thing after the first year. Yeah, they don't have it. Now here, in the school I went to for a high school, to finish my high school, after my first year, I was the guy to run that bloody place because they didn't have an IT specific person. Yeah, they just set up Wi-Fi or hotspots and just, yeah. That's it. That's a fucking problem with it. They don't set up limiters. I did, and I got complaints about it from all the children that did not get access to porn. I got graduations from every fucking teacher for running it correctly, like setting up accounts, setting up the permissions, setting up privileges, setting it up correctly so that they don't abuse it. The teachers loved me for it. The pupils hated me because now they cannot go to www.xvids.com and watch some hoe get fucked by a 20-inch cock.
And to be clear, all in the classroom. If all this isn't depressing enough though, there's one thing that's even worse than a generation of iPad kids. Predators exploiting Generation Alpha. Now this happens with every generation, and they say that in a city, you're never more than 6 feet away from a rat. But online it seems children are never more than 6 clicks away from a predator. You see, social media has, in many ways, created a safe haven for predators who can hide behind fake profiles and lure unsuspecting children into potentially life-destroying, even life-ending traps. Now, the Wall Street Journal published an extensive report showing how Instagram connects a vast predator network around...
Not only Instagram, So does TikTok and so does Facebook.
Globe. And although Instagram users are supposed to be at least 13, many users are as young as 10. And this number is going down and down as more and more kids get iPads. And unbeknownst to them, that young child they are communicating with is in fact a 58-year-old man with the most vile intentions imaginable. Meanwhile, TikTok, the most popular social media platform
it's morbid, but it's true.
In existence, has been called the perfect platform for predators. Now we all know the online world is crawling with monsters, the type of people who specialize in destroying children's lives. A recent study conducted by Israeli and American cybersecurity experts reveals that predators who contact kids through social media exploit security breaches to secretly activate their webcams without the knowledge or consent of the children. And at the same time, there's been a huge increase in cases of children falling prey to online extortion, sextortion, the criminal act of manipulating children who are then coerced into sharing explicit images of themselves with abusers. These abusers then threaten to distribute the pictures if a ransom is not paid to them.
Sexual predators are on a new playground here, targeting kids by chatting with them while they play popular video games.
CBS 8's Dana Marie McNichol working for you with how parents can protect their kids from becoming victims.
Where children are spending their time online, predators are lurking.
And disturbingly, an increasing number of reported content now involves the most severe category A images. And even more worryingly, is that children are now able to use iPads to access the dark web so easily. Now, as many of you may know, that the dark web consists of a hidden collective of
we know what the dark web is, but here's the thing. You are not supposed to be able to access the dark web without Tor.
Only accessible by a specialized web browser, Tor, where
Exactly.
people can then sell various items and services, anything illegal that you want. And it recently emerged that an 8-year-old child used his iPad to access the dark web and buy a number of ridiculously dangerous items, including an AK-47. The gun even arrived to his house, with the mother eventually handing it over to the police. But this brought up an uncomfortable discussion here. If kids are being raised by iPads, they will see every corner of the internet, and accessing the dark web on an iPhone or iPad is remarkably easy. And once a child does so, he or she enters a world where their safety and innocence becomes endangered almost instantly. You see, 1 in 50 children are affected by child identity fraud, and more than half.
At the age of 8, I did not even know what a fucking Browning 1911 was, which is a handgun. I did not even know what that was. And children today are buying fucking Kalashnikovs?
The victims are children under 9 years old.
Dude, I'm getting a
so
headache
what makes a child's identity so
from this
attractive?
bullshit.
Well, it's likely because their social security number and credit history represents a clean slate that may remain untouched and potentially unchecked for possibly quite a few years, even decades. And if the theft goes unnoticed, a criminal could utilize a child's social security number to establish a credit history over an extended period. And this deception may remain concealed until the child seeks a driver's license, employment, or financial assistance for education. One thing that won't be rare with Generation Alpha and iPad kids especially is the rise of involuntary celibates, lonely sex-starved young men embittered by a sense of romantic failure who find each other in communities online. You see more and more with things like Tinder, with Instagram, with adult content. All of this stuff is affecting the mental health of everyone everywhere, especially Generation Alpha, as I've already discussed. But one thing this does is create a lack of community and cohesion. You never get to connect with people your age, and the more this happens, especially to Generation Alpha, the more involuntary celibates you get. People who can't interact with the other sex because they've never been socialized properly. And this ties in with a huge drop in testosterone levels amongst young men. In fact, prolonged social media use actually lowers testosterone levels in males.
It's been shown that
Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, all social media are bad. All of them. But do not have as a primary primary factor, long-form content. Now let me check the stocks. Let me check my stocks. Oh, nice. So after hours, I made enough. Okay. Yeah, no. Most, like 90% of social media are bad. Why would a child need to be on Twitter, or X as it's called now? Or why would it need to be on Reddit? It doesn't.
social media can cause the lowering of testosterone
I can't.
levels.
Okay, due to business reasons, I cannot delete Facebook. The reason for that is I get cheap computer parts, for sale / for repairs and then resell them. So that's the only reason I have it. Like, otherwise, even if I wanted to disable it, I can't. You can't even disable WhatsApp, the Meta bullshit services anymore. You can't. You can't even delete them. Why? Because it comes as bloatware with your operating system, with your OS, with your Android, if you buy an Android phone.
That's affecting their sex drive and mood. More and more males are struggling with depression, anxiety, and loneliness. And this completely coincides with the drop in testosterone.
Yes.
Now, there's so many factors for this, and I've discussed this multiple times on this channel. And whilst there's the food, the water, the hormones in our environment, social media and digital devices are also draining the masculine vigor out of young men, rendering them limp, lifeless, loathsome, and lonesome. In fact, the average teen today is now spending up to 6 hours per day doom scrolling their lives away, and probably far more on their computer as well. And so just imagine a 5-year-old, 6-year-old, 7-year-old, 8-year-old kid getting addicted to these algorithms from such a young age, getting their dopamine fried by these devices. By the time they're 18, they're already a full-on social media addict, with their brain fried, wasting their lives away looking at pixels. By the time they're 18, most children now in Generation Alpha will have probably spent close to 5 years completely online. And I mean that literally in the time spent looking at the devices.
Yeah, day to day.
What does this do to a healthy human being? Is it any surprise that Generation Alpha will get angrier, fatter, dumber?
No, it isn't.
Things are bad now, but sadly things are only going to get worse here.
Yeah,
Parents continue to bring up their children with iPads. And the sad fact is that most parents don't know any of this stuff. They have no idea the consequences because they never experienced this themselves. And it's so much easier giving a kid an iPad than taking them out to do sports, which means a whole new generation is emerging. That's why Generation Alpha may very well prove to be the most problematic generation in all of human history. Especially with the rise of AI, an iPhone moment on steroids, where will this put Generation Alpha? Those born between 2012 and the mid-2020s will grow up in a world where AI assistants, not mum and dad, will reign supreme.
let me check
We already
something
have
really
people
quickly.
marrying pixelated characters.
After this.
Human relationships are dying out.
Okay,
AI
yeah.
is just adding fuel to the fire here. And as humans spend less and less time interacting in the real world and more time immersed inside virtual
Let me
ones,
check something
AI
here.
partners may very well replace human ones. And as the
Yeah, they
iPads
will.
grow up, we may very well be living in idiocracy.
They will. Dude, there is already AI girlfriends here. Now let me check something. This here. Okay, so I want to see something. Yeah, okay, yeah. Let me check, is it even published? So let me resend it over. So yes, public for yes, so private for now. There is a reason for that. I wanna check if, because Twitch has this bullshit that expires in 6 days. I wanna check that. So let's go back on that.
Just a few decades.
Yeah, this is bad. TLDR. You want the TLDR for it? Our generation, the generation after us is fucked. Now, let's go here. Yes. Yes. Who's that? And to OBS to change titles. Not titles, but categories. Yes. Did it actually change it? Let me check. Yes, it did. Good. There we go. Okay, let me see what. Okay, I have every single resolution. Okay, good. That's good. That's very good. Skip. Yes.
The Witcher's contact in Velen was to be Hendrik, the Emperor's spy.
Yeah, this is bad, man.
Was operating incognito when
Incoming generations are fucked.
His mission to gather intelligence about Ciri. Yet Geralt arrived too late. The Wild Hunt had reached Hendrik first. The Witcher learned nothing from the spy's corpse, but the Wraiths had failed to find his notes. Geralt read them and knew that Ciri had been a guest of the Bloody Baron, a local warlord. and that she
I can't
quarreled
even
with a
skip
witch.
this. I can't even skip this until it's done loading. Okay.
You white one, look like you got soused last night too.
Give me roads.
Faster.
Map. Where the fuck do I need to go? I need to go over there. Oh boy. Can I place a marker on it? Yes, I can.
Fast roach.
Sadly, I cannot change the name of the horse, otherwise I would name it Cockroach. Yes, I would actually name it Cockroach. Also, yeah, it's been like 7 days since I streamed this game.
Go.
Game. Methinks you broke. Okay, yeah, so it does take me over this way. Fuck. Like, this is why I don't like using the cockroach. Shut up. Like, this is why I don't like using the roads. Because he hangs, like he lags badly. Shut up, I don't care.
Come on.
And I'm legitimately faster when I'm not on the roads. The problem is where I need to go, I have no fast travel.
We'll flail your skin off.
Oh, well, you know.
Lovers to work.
Ow.
Time to end this.
You'll regret your mother working you out.
Yeah, I'm fucked. Kinda fucked. Ow. There you go. One down. What? I don't remember that being a thing. Whatever the fuck that was, I don't remember it being a thing. Come on. Dude, I'm pretty sure I'm hitting him. There you go. Yeah, he got me. He got me. Now, where will you put me? Where will you put me? Where will you put me? Load faster. You're on an M.2 SSD. Load faster. Oh, speaking of M.2, I need to do the tech news, but yeah. Load faster, for fuck's sake.
Time to water the horses.
I'm legitimately faster this way than with roads. But yeah, whatever. So map again. There's one over there. Yes.
Go, go.
Haydi.
Oh.
Move it. Yeah, I know he's online. I know he's online. I know what cunt is online. He's purging heretics. He's purging heretics.
Come on.
Fuck off, cockroach.
Got their asses whipped like a novid rat whore. You surprised?
Yeah, he's purging heretics in Warhammer. Which is another game I wanna play. The problem is, while I do have it, I never found the time to actually optimize it for streaming. Shut up, I don't care. Yeah, he plays way too much, yeah. I know. I never found the time of day to actually optimize it for streaming. Yeah, way too much, man. Like this game I'm playing right now is 200 to 300 hours. Including every DLC, including every collectible, everything. Like 200 to 300 hours. No, I'm not going to do that. I'm only going to do the main story. Only the main story. Oh, nice. You restarted Fallout 4, yeah. That's a nice game, by the way. Yeah, it's a nice game. So skip. Give me those.
You spined about to break in twain. There are a lot of them beasties you
find. Okay.
You know.
So, gonna try to charm him?
Someone's coming.
Can't take it anymore. So, what do you want?
Someone's coming.
Rotor, tell me everything later, dear.
All right. Oh, and
Yeah,
remember
no.
to take her some kind of offering.
Oh, nice. Nice. Thanks for the amethyst. Yeah.
You can try to win them all, but you won't.
Witcher. Oh, am I plowing invisible?
Yes. Yes, you are. Old woman, yeah, way about to die. Okay, find the witch on your own or ask the residents.
Where'd you come from?
Ooh, loot. Loot, 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 loot. Loot. I want the loot. He wants loot.
Mum said if I'm good, she'll send me on the trail of treats.
Oh, did she now? Did she now? Boy.
Not with me. My head's a twirling with hunger.
See, you're a man well travelled, so tell me, should I beat me wench once a week?
Yes.
Or after?
Sooner, actually.
You can try to win them all, but you won't.
On your way.
Fuck is. Oh, I was here already, wasn't I?
What's new in the broad world?
So you're that white one.
Boy.
Fiddlesticks!
Oh, here it is. So we just unlocked the safe, the fast travel point.
You, white one. What's your business? Bloody Baron know you're here?
Ah, just searching for some Debussy.
Ever eaten tree bark? Me, got splinters coming out my arse. Oh, you're that white one.
Nah.
Greetings.
What do ye want?
What do we want? Not you. Listener.
So the notice about Jenny of the Woods, you posted it, right?
Oh, aye, 'twas me. You do it? You's
Oh,
a witcher,
shit.
is you not? Straight off, a picture
Yeah,
in me
never.
granny's book. Monstrum, or a portrayal of witches. Remember like it were the day.
If I talk
I'm
on
feared of her. But Jenny of the Woods, what's she to you?
I'll tend to this.
I'm on it. Know if anyone's seen Jenny of the Woods? Could tell me more about her.
Old Willem must have, but he won't tell you naught. He were
Course
weak
he
of
won't.
heart. We found him in the fields this morning.
Mm-hmm.
Other folk are afraid to go out nights. But you might try Agneta, lives at the end of the village. Word is she
Okay.
saw the wraith.
And nothing happened to her? She wasn't hurt?
Agneta?
Hey,
Outlived 3
person.
years, that one.
Ah.
Jenny of the Woods won't do naught to that
Hey,
wench.
ducks in.
Easy, not at all.
Used to be wagons showed on
Se vleepne. Osh. Se vleepne, Olga.
Ja. Red sausage.
Ben, dat Witcher.
Hungry like a wolf, I am.
De post.
Det var exu.
Kohto. Tietty.
It looks so innocent.
It isn't.
What do you do, she? Look at that grandma. She looks so innocent.
Olga! Pewjes!
Τι κάνεις στο παιχνίδι?
Αυτό πρέπει να κάνω τώρα είναι... Find, okay, no. Okay, so yeah. Hunting the woods, find... okay, or ask for residence. Next. There is nothing here. What the fuck is someone I can talk to?
Where's the Baron's men burn the village?
I was here already, no.
Didn't leave a soul alive.
Nothing left but to pray.
I was here as well, wasn't I? Yes, I was, but... There you go. Next. Next house on the line. Ooh, loot! Loot, 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 loot.
Big as a house, with huge horns.
Talk of that in the next village too.
Loot, 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 loot.
Are like gunshots?
I'm not even going to begin.
How do you close this window?
So you're that white
Άστο. Απλά άστο. Πόρτα κλείσε. Okay, so where the fuck is the next house I can actually interrogate? Loot. Even more loot, give me loot. Give me loot.
You, white one.
See, you're a man well travelled, so tell me.
Okay, where is that peasant?
The witch. Might cure him of laziness.
Greetings, ma'am.
Good day to you, sir. Need something?
Yes.
Got a matter for your village witch. Know where I can find her?
I don't bother with her myself. But ask my man. He'll know. Twerked his back so bad last week he could hardly move. So I sent him to the witch. Came back sprightly as a foal.
Where is he?
In the yard, no doubt. Pain's gone, but sleuth's set in now. Should be hunting foxberries to feed our young'uns. Marion's lad. Now that man, he knows how to provide for his family.
Yeah, of
Some
course.
water rats last. They had food for days.
Food for days, you say. Food for days, you say.
What happened to your mug?
Good day. Heard you know where to find the local witch.
Who told you that?
Your wife.
Daft wench. Leave me be and don't listen to that nattering sow. We've not had a witch, shaman, nor cunning wench in ages.
Oh, in ages.
Would a few crowns refresh your memory?
Oh, well, if that's how you put it. Know the small pond near the village? Path leads off from it. Follow that till you come across a lone rock. Walk around that into the woods. Find the old cart. You're there.
Thanks.
It's just Don't harm her, sir.
My kind.
Well, the witch...
Yeah. Don't worry.
No need to worry.
Ooh, wait, even pleasant on the...
Yeah.
Thanks for your...
Skip.
You chew 'em or swallow 'em whole.
Supposed to be a large stone near the pond.
Yeah, there is. There it is.
There's the boulder. Now right, and onto the cart.
Okay, what do they give us loot? Oh, nothing. Or do they give something for loot? Yeah, they do.
Witch's hut is somewhere nearby.
I just need to find the place. Oh, yeah, there we go. I will go.
Poor girls I heard and don't give me...
Okay, what happened now?
Miss, cows are wheezing, won't rise from the barn floor. Pus streams from her snout.
Do I look like a dairymaid to
Yes.
No, miss, but you know things. 'Tis our last cow. None other left in the village.
Rest died of hunger, or soldiers let him off. Oh, we're as good as dead without her.
I shall give you herbs. Mix them with water drawn from the spring at midnight, then make the cow drink them. But first, you must clean out your barn thoroughly. Is that clear?
Thank you, miss. 1,000 thanks.
Fuck off.
I've had my fill for the day. Go home.
She's in a foul mood. We'd best...
Anyone home?
Yeah, there it is.
Now, where's she run off to?
Okay, let me go up and get the letter. Let me go up and get the letter. Ooh, nice. Examine.
Managed to amass quite a book collection.
Ooh, what is that? Oh, wrong side. Someone hasn't taken a bath in years, I see.
Don't often see baubles like this in Velen. Powerful aura. Must be some artifact or...
Hello to you too.
So this is where she disappeared to.
Yep.
Well, nice.
I was wondering how long it would take you, Geralt. I'm upstairs. Don't be shy.
Wait, what does the map say? Okay. And I cannot run.
Greetings,
Nice.
Witcher.
Missed a spot.
Yeah, missed the spot.
Where? Hope you didn't come to court.
No. To talk.
And fuck.
Turn around and wait.
No, Geralt won't. Oh, he did it. He did it anyways. Well.
Kira Metz deep in the heart of Velen. Thought you hated the countryside.
I can assure you I do. Now more than ever.
Heard a witch lived out here. Never would have guessed it was King Foltest's former advisor.
I'm so pleased the world's still able to astound you, Geralt. I actually envy you that sense of wonder. Common in children, knights errant, and morons.
Someone's grown irritable. Is that any way to greet an old friend?
I believe I greeted you with a pleasant view.
Yeah,
now tell me
did.
what brings you here.
Looking for a certain woman.
I'm looking for a certain young woman.
Oh, really? Who?
Ciri.
I'm looking for Ciri. That Ciri. And no one can know, understand?
Cirilla is here. The girl once sought by the Lodge of Sorceresses, and practically every ruler on the continent has landed here in Velen, and I know nothing of it. What is she doing here?
Indications are she's hiding from someone. I heard she quarreled with a witch, but if you don't know anything, sure you haven't seen her?
I'm certain I haven't. But recently, someone asked me about an ashen-haired woman. He claimed she would stand out from the peasant crowd.
Yes. Would it be asking?
Who was it?
Not so fast, Geralt. No humble plea, no offering for the witch.
There's a few dozen eggs. Gratitude, good
My
enough.
undying gratitude. Good enough.
It's nothing to sneeze at, but you've a knack for getting into trouble. I should probably ask for something more immediately deliverable. Oh, sod it, don't give me that look. I know it's Ciri we're talking about. It was an elf, this individual who asked about Cirilla. No flea-bitten Scoia'tael slob either, but an elven mage.
Okay. What was he doing in Velen?
What was an elven mage doing in Velen?
My question exactly.
Well, I tried to ask him, of course, about everything.
Of course.
But you know how elves are. He asked many more questions than he answered.
Going
He
here
said what
anyways.
his name was.
He didn't. And he wore a mask. Very secretive all around, but I liked him. He was intelligent and composed.
He say what he wanted with Ciri.
Only that they were to meet in Velen. He wished to know if she'd arrived before he did.
Yeah, no, he didn't say
Did you
name.
leave any message for her?
No, but he asked that were I to meet her, I should lead her to him.
So you know where to find him.
Yes, he said he'd found a hideout in some elven ruins near the village of Midcopse. I'll go there with you.
Meatcocks. Okay.
Why? Think I'll have trouble finding this place?
No.
I've unfinished business with this elf. He promised me something, but he never delivered it.
Okay.
Besides, I know you think as I do, that she might be there. And I'd like to see Cirilla too.
Let's go then.
Yes, let's.
Northwest of the village, yes.
This is the place.
Been here before?
No. I was hoping the elf would return as he'd promised, or else his waif would appear. At any rate, I've no idea what to expect from this place.
Well, let's find out.
Okay, first of all, inventory. Almost level 6. Level 7. Okay, first of all, let me do that. Make sure everything isn't, well, starred. Because it's annoying me. What am I missing here? Oh, it was right, okay. Yes. Yes.
Come on!
Shut up.
Gavella Glan.
Ooh, loot, 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 loot. Loot. Me likes loot.
The Wild Hunt.
What? Phantom Riders? That means... I thought they didn't exist.
Feast your eyes on the non-existent then.
Yeah.
Got a navigator with them.
What?
Can you teleport us to the other side?
I'd rather teleport us home. Do you really mean to follow them?
Yes.
Teleport. Hurry up.
Not sure I like any of this. Follow me. Come on.
Oh shit. I died. Yeah, I died from the mist. Okay. Yeah, load faster. You're on an M.2 SSD. Load faster already.
Come on.
Gavella Glan.
Ooh, nice. Loot, 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 loot. Inventory. Yes. I'm a tiny little goblin, apparently. So skip. Skip, 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 skip.
Can you teleport us?
I'd rather...
Teleport. Hurry up.
Not sure I like any of this.
Loot.
Ready. Follow me. Come on.
Damn.
Damn portals. Where Kira is now. How long you gonna make me wait?
I'm pretty sure I hit you. Into the water. There we go.
Kira?
Ah! Geralt!
Where the fuck is she?
Geralt!
Show me what you got. Damn it.
Ow. What? I'm pretty sure I clicked it before I got hit. Oh boy. Oh boy. I'm pretty sure I did that before I got hit. Wait, can I meditate? Map? Oh no, I cannot, I can't. So, alchemy. Alcohol. No. No oils. White honey. Okay, no. Okay, let's clear some inventory space then. No. Yes. So that's beer. Suka. I need E, okay, got it. And now I'm drunk, so yep. So that's a thing. I am using my Witcher senses game.
Kira? Kira?
Oh, it's foggers.
Damn.
Ah! Yeah. You're getting it? Yeah, I don't have it, man. I'm actually Steam sharing with someone. So let me do this so that I can actually watch that. Sons of Forest. No, I didn't. I didn't. Wait, isn't that bootleg for the Forest game? Like a boot of the Forest games? Don't know, we'll be able to play, yeah. Yeah, no, I don't know. That's why I'm asking you. I don't have it either. Yeah, I should. I'll probably put on the bootleg then. Survival horror, yes, okay, good. Igni. Oh, it's the sequel. Wait.
Come on, come closer.
Yeah, nice. Nice. Now how do I even... Yeah. I see. Wait, they made a sequel? Like, is it any good at least? Well, I remember the forest being a fuckword about bugs. I remember it being a bug-infested mess. I see. Oh. I see. No, I don't have any idea if it's good or not. That's the thing. Large map, new quests and stuff. Yeah. We'll see how good it is, I guess. Well, okay, what do I need to use to unsheath my weapon? Not a... Oh, okay. I should watch, probably. I see. Dude, what button do I need to press in order to be able to draw my weapons? Oh. So it's 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, okay. What was no idea, I only see, yeah. Okay, so I found the button for it. I found the button for it.
Kira?
Ah! Geralt!
I found the button. Oh, there she is.
Geralt, do something! They're crawling out of those holes! Use a sign or bombs, anything!
Stay calm. They're only rats.
I hate rats!
Time to end this.
Get them up! Lilia's scared! Ah! Lilia's scared!
Why are you afraid of fucking rats? What do you think I've been trying to do?
Exterminate them, I beg you!
Oh, hey there. There's another one.
Diseases they spread.
Yes, I do.
Come on, come closer.
Ah! Geralt!
Fuck off. When did I become an exterminator for rats again? When did the Witcher become an exterminator for rats?
Liliad, get! Ah! Ah! Liliad, get! Get them off! Ah!
Destroy. I cannot do that.
Ah! It's disgusting!
There you go. Wait.
Get
what?
Them off! Ah!
Oh, come on.
What?
Ah! It's disgusting!
When did I become a fucking killer for rats? I cannot do that right. Oh, I need bomb. I need bombs.
Do you know the diseases they spread? Exterminate them, I beg you. Disgusting.
Fuck off.
Do you know the diseases they spread? Ah! Geralt!
Not irritating, not clean. Okay, so I need Igni. When did I become a fucking exterminator?
Thank you.
When did I become an exterminator?
Of rats? Could have annihilated them with one spell. Fine, won't say anything. So what happened to you?
There's something here. Something that distorts teleportation.
Yes.
I've no idea how they managed to get to the other side problem-free.
Wild Hunt's teleportation magic is different. Got specially trained mages for that.
We call
Navigators, they
navigators.
call them.
They can have 3 helmsmen and a parrot for all I care. I'll not risk that again.
Let's go. Wild Hunt got a good head start on us, but we still stand a chance.
Have you gone completely mad?
Yes.
We must leave here at once.
I'm gonna keep going. Need to find out what we're... Okay.
I gotta know what the Wild Hunt's doing here.
But we came to find the elven mage, not fight.
If they reach him first, we won't get a chance to talk to him. Besides...
Go on. Finish.
Come with me and maybe I will.
Always.
Oh, very... Gavella Glan.
Larena Luna. Fevate Larena Lunet.
That's him. That's the elf.
Arvek Va Ledi.
What was that? An illusion?
No. A morphotic projection.
Was a message for Siri.
Message was definitely for Ciri, daughter of the Gull, Laura Doran's heir.
Indeed. It is what the elves would title Ciri. But what was the bit about the sign of her sword? A riddle?
Yeah, not a hard one though. Not if you know Ciri named her sword Cirel, Swallow.
Come now. Who aside from you would know that?
Might have been the point. The elven mage secured the passage, hid it, so that only Ciri could find it.
He failed to foresee that someone like you would show up.
Nevertheless, I think he was expecting uninvited guests. Made some preparations. Let's hope the Wild Hunt ran into some obstacles.
Yeah, let's hope so.
Well then, let's go. Do you think following the swallows will suffice?
We'll see.
Okay, so explore the ruins. Wait, do they take space? No, they do not, okay.
Port.
Must have been how they got here by sea.
I wonder how long ago that was.
Careful. That oily yellow vapor, it's toxic.
I hardly need instruction from you. I recognized the Vulpine Laurel immediately.
Vesemir told me that soon after he learned to cast Igni, he tried it out on a patch of these mushrooms.
Terrible idea. What happened?
Well, he survived. And wounds heal awfully quick on young witchers. Come on.
Oh, a raid.
Good.
How's the water?
Refreshing. Don't know what you're missing.
Oh, nice. I cannot even. I remembered not doing that game. Whoa! Yeah, he got me by surprise. But yeah, what time is it anyways? Let me check. Oh, 21:18. You know, I'm not going to stream until New Year's. Like, most I'm going to stream another 2 hours. At most. Speaking of, let me... Inventory... No. Where are the shrooms? Oh, I have no shrooms, got it.
An old elven port.
Must have been how they got here by sea.
I wonder how long ago that was.
Careful. That oily yellow vapor, it's toxic.
I hardly need instruction from you. I recognized the Vulpine immediately.
Vesemir told me that soon after he learned to cast Igni, he tried it out on a patch of these mushrooms.
Terrible idea. What happened?
Well, he survived. And wounds heal awfully quick on young witchers. Come
on. Ah shit, yeah, I got toxed. I got toxed. I bet toxin is what killed me now. So I need to take care of the rapes. Got it. Got it, game. $21.20. Let's go. Oh.
Well.
Those. Black pepper, yes. Did I get them? Yes, I did.
An old elven port.
Must have been how they got here by sea.
I wonder how long ago that was.
Careful. That oily yellow vapor, it's toxic.
I hardly need instruction from you. I recognized the Vulpine Laurel immediately.
Vesemir told me that soon after he learned to cast Igni, he tried it out on a patch of these mushrooms.
No. Fuck off. Why can't I move?
He survived. Wounds.
Okay, let me check something. Okay, yeah, it's here. Let me check something. Yeah, I can see the time difference. I can see the time difference. Also, if you're hearing fireworks in the background, that's because it is legitimately fireworks. And shift tab does not work. Got it, game. Got it. So yeah, the shift tab overlay for Steam is broken.
Geralt!
Shut up, bitch. I want the mushrooms. I want my mushrooms. I want my drugs.
An old elven port.
Must have been how they got here by sea.
I wonder how long ago that was.
Careful. That oily yellow vapor, it's toxic.
I hardly need instruction from you. I recognized the Vulpine Marine.
Vesemir told me that soon after he'd learned to cast Igni, he tried it out on a patch of these mushrooms.
Terrible idea. What happened?
Well, he survived. Wounds heal awfully quick on young witchers. Come on, dive.
Whoa!
The sooner we can leave, the better.
Well, how long you gonna make me wait?
I did that. Okay, yeah, no. So let's switch over to load from recent save, yes. Legitimately, let's actually take a break. Let's make this a just chatting section, shall we? A reaction section. I'm too out of it to continue playing this. Like, one last try.
Let well. An old elven port.
Must have been how they got here by sea.
I wonder how long ago that was.
Careful. That oily yellow vapor, it's toxic.
I hardly need instruction from you. I recognize the swallow. Seems we're headed the right way.
We'll go, like, legitimately skip it. Oh, examine. Can I? No, I cannot. What?
It's rather similar to that other pillar with the projection.
Sirel, ni forte sol esser in.
Okay.
Sirel, ni forte sol esser in. Hail Silla Kelpie.
Kelpie? Does he mean that sea monster?
Yes.
No, that's what Ciri named her mare. Horse could apparently gallop like a demon.
Good name for a horse. So, shall we look for it?
Gavella Glan.
Hey! Webby now. Weboro.
A sea monster. Looks
Yeah,
a bit like a
what
the hell is that?
Oh boy, don't tell me.
Damn it all. Bad idea.
Ow!
Do you think it's a mind frame of some sort? You know, can you defeat yourself? Are you willing? These apparitions believe they are real.
Sorry, I just don't share your doubts. Know exactly which one of you's real. Now focus on the fight.
Anything like that ever happened to you before?
Well, almost. A while back, a certain Doppler took a shot at impersonating me.
Yes. And?
He hated being me. Felt uncomfortable. Dopplers are kind-hearted by nature.
To find... Oh. Okay. Yes, examine.
The sooner we can leave, the better.
Mi forda sol esser in kelpi.
Hunting dog. Can't see any connection to Kelpie.
What? What killed me? Legitimately, what the fuck killed me? Legitimately, not even a joke. What killed me? Oh.
Look, it's rather similar to that other pillar with the projection.
No, I don't think so.
Get well.
Mi forda sol esser in.
Skip.
Help.
Gavella Glan.
Hunting dog. Can't see any connection to Kelpie.
Must you touch everything? Geralt, are you all right?
You might say so.
It was because of health.
A sea monster. Looks a bit like a Karen.
Okay.
Geralt, what the hell is that?
Okay, let's fight ourselves
Another
again.
measure. Damn it all.
Do you think it's a mind game of some sort? You know, can you defeat yourself? Are you willing to? Perhaps these apparitions think they're real.
Sorry, I just don't share your doubts. Know exactly which one of you is real. Now focus on that.
There you go.
Anything like that ever happened to you
Okay,
before?
let's actually go and get ourselves a level. Specifically, delusion. Okay, I need accent and for what I need what? Oh, acquire ability.
Well, almost. A while back, a certain Doppler took a shot at impersonating me.
Yes. And?
He hated being me. Felt uncomfortable. Dopplers are kind-hearted by nature.
Cyril, mi forda sol esser in kelpi.
Okay.
Certainly hope we haven't lost. Well.
First off, inventory. Yeah, this one is in disrepair. Oh, I can go down here.
Drawing of a horse. Look for Ciri. Must be. Kelpie. Another horse. Almost exactly like the last one. Let's see what this does.
Geralt, I don't know what you did, but it worked. Come back here. Look, they're opening.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go. Well, Now I know what distorted my effort at teleportation.
Mm-hmm.
This very portal.
And I know why I landed in that founder nest. Swallow.
It worked! Come!
Sure it's safe.
Yep. Oh.
Gavella Glan. It's grown awfully quiet.
Is that bad?
A bit like the calm before a storm. I've a bad feeling about this.
Tyrael destroy the intruders.
Great.
Ow. I know I got it now. I was using the wrong sword first of all, and second of all, for some reason the wrong sword took damage. Whatever. Whatever, man. Whatever.
It's grown awfully quiet.
Is that bad?
Yes.
A bit like the calm before a storm. I've a bad feeling about this.
Tyrael not recognized. Intruders. Destroy the intruders.
Shit.
There we go.
Gavella Glan. And that would be that. I knew we'd manage.
There we go. Next.
That's so? Make sure and tell me beforehand next time.
My intuition's a fine instrument, Witcher. Don't underestimate it. I've some very good feelings about you, for instance.
Oh, yeah?
In several domains. Once you finally find Ciri, what will you do? Any
Fuck her.
plans?
Depends what she wants.
Imagined it. How it will transpire.
Teleport over there.
We must activate it quickly. I have a feeling another golem's about to surprise her.
Yeah, it is. Not apparently.
Look, we've managed to cross the bridge. This is where we saw the wild hunt.
Yes.
Great. Means they're way ahead of us. Come on.
Gavella.
Wild hunt. Definitely.
They destroyed the Mage's sentries. They didn't come here for a friendly chat with the elf.
Meaning you ever thought they might have?
Mm-hmm. Give me that. Okay, what is... Okay, do I have anything else? No, only stones. That. Shit. Yeah, I'm about to die again, aren't I?
Froze them before they could attack.
Dude, I swear this game is more cutscenes than game.
Shut up!
This game is more cutscene than game.
Ren!
I swear, man. Yeah, neither do I.
What is this?
Hawks.
The white frost. Mage from the hunt summoned it. Can you seal those cracks it's blowing through?
They're too far. We must get closer. I shall shield us with Demetia Crest's surge. Stand at my side. Darian Annoy!
Yeah, move it.
Ready. Stay close.
Fuck, why are you going to this one? The other one is right there.
Hey, Nicola! We must close them!
Want me to go?
I'll do it, just cover me!
Ah, shit. I was expecting to die anyways. You cannot meditate here to get your health back, so that's a negative. Well, kind of.
Wild hunt. Definitely.
They destroyed the mage's cemeteries. They didn't come here for a friendly...
Yes, allow me to eat. Oh, I cannot eat them. Got it. These I can go. And these. And the bread.
The elf.
Meaning you ever thought they might have? Froze them before they could attack.
Skip. Entirely. Skip it, 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 I don't care, skip it.
Darian Annoy!
Let me see, can I actually... No, I don't have one. Or do I? Let me see. What's the percentage? Oh, 49.
Ready. Stay close.
Come on. You're bullshit.
Hey, Nicola! We must close them!
Want me to go?
I'll do it, just cover me!
Dude, that actually got picked up by the mic. Okay. Yeah, don't hit bubble. By the way, do you hear the fireworks outside? Some of them actually do get picked up by the microphone.
Hey, Nicola!
Yep. Yeah, some of them actually do get picked up. I didn't even lift the bubble. Come on, get in. That's up. Yeah. Of course they will. It's New Year's, man. It's about to be New Year's.
Just one more.
Ooh, shit. Yeah, I'm going to be fighting drunk on this one. Yeah, they get picked up, man.
Hey, Nicola!
Yeah. Yeah, the police are here. Anyways, let me switch over to just chatting. Let's watch some videos. Let's do a react segment on it. Cause, yeah, kinda sick of this game. Like, it's 200 to 300 hours, man. I ain't going to be dealing with this.
Wild hunt, definitely.
Yeah, don't care.
The mages said
Allow me to escape. Allow me to.
come here for...
Yes, save game. Manual save, of course. Yes, I wanna override it. Good. Exit. Yes. There we go. Now. Here it is. Not yet, man. Not yet. For me, yeah. No, don't worry, not yet. Happy New Year, by the way. In it, like another 2 hours and 15 minutes. Oh, now I remember what I wanted to bring out to react to. Remember how I said whoever goes broke goes woke goes broke? I have a video for it. Copy. So, you know Victoria's Secrets, right? The underwear company? Yeah, they went woke and they got broke.
Now, Victoria's Secret, the brand, is going back to its roots and dropping its feminist and woke makeover.
As it should.
After, shock horror, a fall in sales. So GB News viewers can see what the catwalks used to look like. There we go.
Damn.
That's
yeah, that's what it used to look
I
like.
don't think I'm allowed to say much, am I? Really there, as an engaged man. Now, in 2018, the company rebranded.
Yeah, the fuck is this?
Usual people for a more diverse range of body types. Okay, so a wide range of body types. That.
Buyers said no way to woke lingerie.
Oh yeah, that actually.
Financial blow when they put panties on Megan Rapinoe.
Yeah, yeah, that reporter is stupid. Yeah.
Is apparently ditching their woke rebrand of recent years after it didn't translate to financial.
By the way, that thing, what he said, I wanna make a command out of it.
Victoria's Secret is apparently ditching woke lingerie.
Okay, so where is it?
Okay, so a wide range of body types. That.
Buyers said no way to woke lingerie.
I wanna make a command out of this. Buyers said no to woke lingerie. I'm gonna make a command out of this.
True, they suffered a financial blow when they put panties on Megan Rapinoe. Victoria's Secret is apparently ditching their woke rebrand of recent years after it didn't translate to financial success. The company said they lost money on unsold merch and
Yeah.
the fabric needed to
I'm gonna make a command out of it.
Victoria's Secret, the iconic lingerie brand, has been struggling to keep up with the changing times. Now, after they went woke and went broke, the company has decided to get back to its roots. They're going to get sexy back.
Good. As it should. No one should go woke.
Now, today we talk about Victoria's Secret and how they went broke for going woke and how they decided we're going to start making money again. This is exactly how this whole
capitalism,
now,
bitch.
For those of you who don't know what Victoria's Secret is, let me let you know. Victoria's Secret is a well-known lingerie brand.
Of course it is.
The company was founded in 1977 by Roy Raymond. Now, he wanted to create a place where men could buy lingerie for their wives.
Which is not bad. Which is not bad.
Grew rapidly and became famous for its annual fashion shows featuring supermodels known as angels who wore elaborate costumes.
Look, I'm only interested in
However, in
to watch FW2,
criticism for its
FWV after 12 a.m. midnight. But
it had a well-documented association with Jeffrey Epstein. We know what he's the naughty man for. Jeffrey Epstein had a close personal relationship with Leslie
FW?
Wexner,
What do you mean by FW?
CEO of L Brands, the parent company of Victoria's Secret.
Victoria's Secret billionaire Leslie Wexner is under new scrutiny over his relationship with wealthy sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. In a series
Everyone that was in relation to Epstein is in scrutiny.
of interviews with the Washington Post, accuser Maria Farmer says she blames Wexner for Epstein's alleged assault from 1996.
Farmer says that she was molested by Epstein and his associate, Ghislaine Maxwell. She says that the assault happened on Wexler's property at the hands of his employees.
Now, we need to talk about what Victoria's Secret was and what it was not. See, the reality is that Victoria's Secret was selling a fantasy. What people wanted to be. It wasn't telling people what they actually were. For example, if you go out there and buy a pair of Michael Jordan sneakers, you don't think about the basketball players that didn't make the NBA.
Yeah, they are expensive, man.
The fantasy of being like
they are expensive.
And those shoes bring you closer to that fantasy.
They kinda do. They kinda do.
Shoes. The same is true with Victoria's Secret. Even if you weren't the most attractive woman in the world, or if you're a husband buying lingerie for your wife who is not Giselle Bundchen, or if you're a husband buying lingerie for your wife who's not a supermodel, putting on the same clothes that supermodels wore made you feel like it. And in turn, brought you closer to that fantasy. Think about this. Do people fantasize about looking like Megan Rapinoe or Kate Upton in lingerie? Now we can reverse this. More people fantasize about playing soccer like or playing soccer like Megan Rapinoe. So the good people at Victoria's Secret at this point in an attempt to be on the right side of history.
I love that analogy. I love.
Announced a dramatic shift in marketing strategy in June 2021. The company ditched its famous angels and hired a diverse group of women as spokespeople, including star Megan Rapinoe, biological men or trans women, and plus-size models.
Nightmare fuel.
Inclusivity and the feminist image. And to a
nightmare fuel
of women who felt alienated by the brand. This was now the woke fantasy.
Yeah, time to get broke.
Was built on creating a sexy yet accessible fantasy. But critics say that fantasy was targeted
I don't
toward
give
men,
two
not
flying
women.
fucks.
The company announced a sweeping overhaul yesterday that it says will better reflect the times and what women want. Gone is its stable of
nightmare fuel, man.
Supermodels who starred in glossy ads and its annual big-budget fashion show. The new faces of the brand are women who don't fit the traditional
Disclaimer:
Victoria's
this
Secret
stream
mold.
is for mature audiences. If you suffer from Ashurt syndrome or any similar syndromes, you've been warned. This is content for those that are not faint of heart and can actually take a joke. Watch under your own discretion.
We are watching
I'm not liable to any psychological or physical damages that may occur to you with this. You've been warned thrice.
Yep, there we go.
The fact that I feel comfortable in it. Pieces are sort of interchangeable. I can wear them dressed up, dressed down. But ultimately, even if you're
we don't give a fuck about Rafina.
They're comfortable with something you can move in. You feel like free in it. People should never wear something they don't like or they don't feel comfortable in.
Wait, how long is this video? Oh, 10 minutes. We're halfway there, man.
Didn't translate into business success. The company's sales dropped in 2023 compared to the previous year. The company also faced criticism from some customers and commentators who accused it of abandoning its core identity and pandering to a woke culture.
Fuck wokeness. If you're gonna go broke, don't go woke.
Since it was last on.
In 2019, they hired their first transgender model because, of course,
Of
right,
course.
get another space that women used to dominate, and now no. The Angels were later replaced by Victoria's Secret Collective, an unparalleled group of trailblazing partners who share a common goal to drive positive change. Instead of Giselle, we have Megan.
You make sound like I should give a... Yeah, exactly.
Instead of Stephanie Seymour, we have, let's see.
But wait, Twitch insurance? Why Twitch insurance, man?
Refugee from South Sudan. We have, of course, the plus size models. We've got Priyanka Chopra Jonas because
at this point, I think we should all get life insurance.
And they've been featuring women of all shapes and sizes, as well as the various nods to diversity and inclusion. As soon as they did
disclaimer.
that, Bridget, their sales fell 8%.
Wait, do I make... Okay, the reason why the disclaimer is like that is to give the giant fuck you finger to the German law about it. Because German law dictates that you have to have a specific disclaimer if you're about to speak about gore, sexism, fanaticism, anything about history that is true, about Epstein, anything that may psychologically or physically damage someone. Yeah, no, that's actually a law here in Germany, that if you have a channel and you promote the truth that may damage someone, be it physically or psychologically, that you should actually have a disclaimer for it.
And they went down another 4.5%.
So that's my middle finger to that law.
Responding particularly well to the heavy.
I have it, but I have it so out of context that I don't care.
Men. Welcome back. You know, wokeness may be hurting Victoria's Secret's bottom line. It has been years, I don't know if you've noticed, since the Angels walked the runway after the lingerie company canceled its iconic fashion show back in 2019 and has since ditched the Angel wings in its marketing altogether. It also tapped soccer star and liberal activist Megan Rapinoe to represent the brand. But those changes, they're not really paying off.
Those are bad changes.
Sales have reportedly dropped by 4.5% in the last quarter alone, and now the company is actually firing 160 management-level employees. That's a move that's expected to save the company about $40 million. So clearly they are hurting, and the label behind Victoria's Secret has always been women. Why can't women be women? I mean, honestly, and that's what this woke nature is bringing up, that we can't appreciate women. Women do wear lingerie, correct?
Yes.
No one's saying how USA is on. Yeah.
So woke, but we can't.
Oh, dude, don't even get me started on the debt that they have. Don't even get me started on the debt they have. They have like over $1 quadrillion in debt. Like $1 quadrillion in debt. And what they do? Manage inflation to the sky. Keep cost of living high. The amount of money you get, your salary stays the same. It's insane. Like, let's run a comparison, shall we? Now, you need, in order to make the same amount of money that you made back in the 80s, you need 24 euros, $24 an hour. Yet most of the jobs in America pay you 6, 7, at most 15 euros an hour. Do tell, do tell. Do tell, man, do tell. Yeah. I know you're in India. You told me like 7 or 8 months ago. Yeah. Wait, what is UPI? What is UPI? Also, don't try and censor it. I have no censorship filters on. Yeah, it is no good. I see. Oh, IGPay. Got it.
Have a angels in a fashion show.
Now, in light of the financial disaster of using biological men in women's lingerie to sell female sexiness to your 90% heterosexual customer base,
Exactly.
it wasn't a shock that people didn't buy in to the woke fantasy.
I see.
So now, with sales dropping dramatically, Victoria's Secret decided to revert back to the original branding. That
As they should. As they should. A brand that was actually focused on women in its inception should not go woke and go broke. It should not have men with 20-inch long cocks posing as women. Yeah. Oh, yeah, it will ruin it. Like, in America, they have two types of pay. Monthly pay and bi-weekly pay, meaning you get paid every 2 weeks.
Over wokeness. The company plans to bring back the runway show, which it canceled back in 2019. It now features models who embody the...
The reason it was cancelled in 2019 is because of the human malware. No, it doesn't run on Reddit. It runs on credit. Like, legitimately on credit. The amount of money the US is owing to other countries is insane. It's in the quadrillions almost. Yeah. It's in the quadrillions almost. The amount of debt the US has is in the quadrillions. And what do? They do not expedite. Okay, they don't expedite the way to lessen the debt. They increase the debt. They increase it by giving to the military 20 trillion, 20 billion to NASA, and then they go on taxes after the little man. After the little man. Like, there is a saying I heard once on Joker animation. Like, even I am not crazy enough to go on with those motherfuckers.
Classic Victoria's Secret look. The fantasy of beauty and not the reality of woke power.
Exactly.
The lingerie brand's makeover efforts included making Meghan and trans model Valentina Sampaio spokesmodels, as well as getting rid of their famous angels.
Oh boy.
Their chief executive told investors last week, quote, "Despite everyone's best endeavors, it's not been enough to carry the day." Who could have told you that, you idiot? So
there is a reason for that. There is a reason for that. As a man buying lingerie for your woman, or as a woman watching this, you do not want to see a 6-foot man. Yeah, it's easy. So, as I was saying, as a female or male buying lingerie or watching lingerie, you do not want to see a 6-foot man with a 20-inch cock dangling in wet underwear. No, you don't. You don't want to see the balls. No, what you want to see is the gender that you are, or the gender you are buying for. That's it.
Returning to what works, hot models. Recent campaigns featured Hailey Bieber and Emily
Mm-hmm.
Ratajkowski.
The decision to go back to basics reflects Victoria's Secret's aim to recover from the sales slump by going back to a marketing strategy.
Yeah, I buy €1 shirt through online, yeah.
Brand. Sexy women in sexy clothes. The company hopes to regain its loyal customer base and attract new ones under its old image. I can't even say it's revamped, it's actually its old image.
The Victoria's Secret lingerie brand has decided to drop its woke feminist makeup a few years ago to promote
no one should be woke.
positivity. And they're now going
no
to
company should be woke.
prioritize sex appeal over female empowerment after being hit with falling sales. The American lingerie brand stopped its catwalks with its signature angels in 2018 and declared it wanted to be the world's leading advocate for women, a lingerie brand. But it now seems it's decided that going woke does mean going broke, and they've decided to backtrack on
Well, folks, it seems that Victoria's Secret has learned the hard way that you can't please everybody. In their quest to be more woke, they alienated their core customer base. Like guys going to a strip club and finding out it's now a church.
What?
Victoria's Secret was selling sex. It wasn't
Yeah,
selling
it was.
inclusiveness. And
It was selling the image of it.
Sex too wanted to have sex with attractive people. And the
Yes.
fantasy of seeing those attractive people in those sexy clothes. Now, this is not hard to explain, but the company who has made billions of dollars seems to forgot this. The simple point. It was selling sexy clothes to normal people using sexy models as the fantasy of what it could be. Now, what's the moral of the story? Stick to what you know, because trying to please everyone, you'll end up at the end pleasing no one. Don't forget to like, share, subscribe, do all that great YouTube stuff, and something like 70% of you are not subscribed to the channel. Don't forget to hit that button, and don't forget to like this video, because the more you engage with this video, like, share, comment, subscribe, the better this video does. My name is Nate the Lawyer, and I'll see you next time.
Yeah.
Peace.
TLDR, if you go woke, you broke. You saw what happened with that thing, with Victoria's Secret. We saw what happened with that. Let me see something. Okay, yes. Yeah, it should be up. Like, new videos should be up. Don't remember having seriously gets with songs here, but whatever. What else is good? Oh. This one.
2023 has been the worst year for bankruptcy since the tail end of the global financial crisis in 2008. This year, some of the world's biggest and most highly regarded companies are failing to pay off massive debts. Meanwhile, the investors and CEOs behind these failures are laughing all the way to the bank. But how is this possible? If these people are responsible for their own risk and poor decisions, then who is? Well, WeWork, Vice, and Silicon Valley Bank are just a few major companies that have all filed for bankruptcy this year. WeWork, for example, went from being valued at over $47 billion to being a penny stock.
No matter how much you hate men, everything will get around. Yeah, exactly. So here's the thing. Harvard actually ran a study on this. Men. Okay, so here's the thing. Men are actually better at being women than women are. This has been true. Like, it's been proven. Yeah, we don't give two flying fucks. We'll do whatever it is to survive. Like, if we need to take care of a baby because we found it somewhere laying around. If we need to cook, we will. If we need to take care of the house, do chores, we will. Support and provide, we will. Like, these feminists are actually complaining about not being in equal enough positions in high-paying jobs. I want to see women go fight in Afghanistan. Like, the Americans actually gave them so many weapons, and within like 2 weeks after they left, it went back to the Taliban. Now why? Why aren't they rising up? Why aren't they fighting? Because they don't give a flying fuck what happens. Yeah. They don't give a flying fuck. Like, they don't give a fuck if their children go to school, if their females get educated on normal shit. They don't. Yeah, you don't see a woman as a plumber. You don't see women as electricians. You don't see women in hard-packing jobs. Yeah, no, you will never. You will never see them on that. Why? Because women take managerial positions a lot more easily than the hard-working, sweaty jobs that need power, that need endurance, that need critical thinking on how to build the shit and how to do that. You don't see them because you want to know why? Because it's been proven that 90% of women in the market world go out to become business women, to become sales reps, become cashiers, become, what's the name for it? Teachers. You want equal rights, bitch? You want equal rights? Then here is my equality for you. No day offs, exactly. Do not complain because of the fact that you left for 3 years on maternity leave and now ugly cock Jimmy makes 5 times the money you make a year. Work overtime. Earn it. You want equal rights? Earn it. You did not earn it yet. I understand maternity leave, yes. I understand maternity leave. Say you're married and you as a woman are giving birth. I understand the maternity leave there. But once you come back into the force, do not complain why Jimmy Uglycock, or Uglycockson, is making 5 times the amount of money than you did in the same time period. Whereas you took a maternity leave to raise your child, he continued working here, stayed with us, to get those promotions, to get those raises. Or in other things. Why do we see so many women in teaching positions? Why not men? Okay, I understand why you see more women in kindergarten. Because if you see an ugly burly man opening a kindergarten, a child care thing, school, the first thing you're going to be asked is, are you a pedophile if you do that as a male? That's true. So yes, in positions where they excel, then they will. But in positions that they are in and they don't excel and don't actually have the skill set for, they don't go in it. Like you'll see, 70% of women go after college, if they do go to college, on high-paying jobs, stay for 3 to 4 years, then get a child, go on maternity leave for 3 years to raise the child, at least after to the point where it's at least 4 years old, come back, complain because they make 5 times less money than Jimmy Agglecoxon, and then they want feminism to solve the problem. It's not gonna be solved. It's not gonna be solved. Like, in every contract you actually sign, every company has this. No, after the operation. So here's the thing. In every company you sign, no matter what position it is, after it becomes clear that you're pregnant, yes. So in every company you go to sign and work with, they have a clause, the maternity leave clause. They do have it. It's at most 3 years, first of all. Second of all, it dictates the time you take as maternity leave will be paid with the money you made in total. Like the same salary that you would get. Say, for example, you get $2,000 a month after taxes. For 9 months, and the time you take for maternity leave to raise the child, at least after to the point of it being 4 years old, you will still get those $2,000. Now, me, I will be working for those 3 years. I will be in the company, I will have gotten a raise, I would have changed positions. Yeah, many don't get back, yes, sir. Sure, many don't get that, but in every contract, in every country that has maternity leave, it says it. You will be getting paid the same amount of money you were getting paid here before maternity leave. So whatever you get is whatever you get. After a child is born, if your country has a child care system, a child support paying system, you take the child certificate, and apply for it. And there you have like $180, $150 extra. That money goes to the care of the child.
The company was considered a venture capitalist dream, raising seemingly endless funds and taking on billions in debt from investors such as SoftBank, Insight Partners, BlackRock, and Goldman Sachs. Yet no once since its founding has WeWork ever actually turned a profit.
Never.
So where was all this money going?
Will.
While WeWork's former CEO Adam Newman was known for his erratic
So, if people are complaining about inequality, then straight up, we don't deserve it. First of all, if women complain about inequality in the workspace, that's their own fault. Like, if you complain and you are a female, it's kind of your own fault. Why? Because you get more benefits than us. Yeah, they say equality. Equality isn't existent. Not in the workforce. Not in the workforce. I bet you, if you had a company, yeah, they get more benefits. They get maternity leave. They get period weeks, like the period leave. Every time they have period, they get a week off for that to settle. They get more money, like they get the holidays. They get the holidays. They get what they get. Yeah, more positions more positions in power when it comes to some companies. They get more managerial positions. They have more workforce available to them, meaning they have more job opportunities than ever. And yet, where do they go? They go on huge companies, work for 3-4 years, get pregnant, go maternity leave, and complain. They go in positions that do not require muscle, sweat, and tears. They don't. From principle. Now, before you say, but oh, I know, before anyone says, but oh, I'm a woman, I'm 25, and I work as a plumber. Where are you? You're not in America. Or if you say, I'm a woman, I'm working as a machine operator on forklifts. Okay. 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 Bit closer. But still, it doesn't matter. Why? Because you still get more benefits than us. But whatever, let's go back to the video.
Management style and excessive spending. For example, on a whim, he decided to enact a policy that saw the bottom 20% of WeWork's employees fired in favor for more expensive new hires every year. In addition to that, he created an arm of the company dedicated to the development of self-driving mail carrier robots for WeWork offices, and he even sanctioned the purchase of a $63 million jet by the company for himself and other executives. And this was just the tip of the iceberg for Newman's horrible management decisions. However, after a failed initial public offering in 2019, tech investor SoftBank acquired WeWork and actually paid Newman $1 billion to resign from his role at the helm. And then soon after the COVID-19 pandemic hit, and a company that dealt in providing shared office space as a service was now left without a product to sell, still locked into high rent costs from years prior. In addition to that, interest rates on capital loans continued to soar. WeWork would fail to sensibly acquire enough cash to repay its creditors. At face value, it would seem that the company is destined to evaporate completely. However, if you walk amongst the streets, you still see WeWork everywhere, with the company still being completely operational, because in November this year,
Chapter
WeWork
11
played the
bankruptcy.
ultimate trump card. Like so many private companies in 2023, they filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy. This means despite going bankrupt, WeWork is still fully operational. But how? You see, when we imagine a company going bankrupt, we usually imagine something closer to a Chapter 7 bankruptcy. This type of bankruptcy is both available to companies and individuals alike. Chapter 7 of the US Bankruptcy Code completely terminates the company's operations, taking the company completely out of business. The company is then forced to liquidate its assets until its creditors are fully paid. However, most companies going bankrupt will opt for a Chapter 11 bankruptcy instead, just like WeWork did. When a company like WeWork files for Chapter 11 bankruptcy, it's often referred to as reorganization bankruptcy, as they're allowed to continue operating while their debt payments are rescheduled. This is done on the condition that the company provides a reorganization plan to ensure their creditors of future profits, and in turn their future ability to pay outstanding debt. If a plan is agreed, then the company will remain in business and commence their reorganization. This usually results in mass layoffs and in some cases a reshuffling at the top, and depending on the size of the company, this will often leave thousands of employees without jobs. And usually these layoffs begin happening years before bankruptcy is actually declared. For example, WeWork has laid off nearly 9,000 people since 2019. Vice's headcount shrank by over 2,000 throughout its recent difficult years, and in anticipation of upcoming debt payments, Spotify just announced they're laying off 1,500 people this year. So we know the looming threat of bankruptcy and reorganization hurts the regular, everyday people in the bottom half of the corporate ladder, leaving them searching for jobs in a distressed market and collecting unemployment. But then what happens to the CEOs and executives who run a previously successful company?
Oh, I can tell you what happens most likely. They chill in the Bahamas, drink the sex on the beaches, and compare who made the biggest bank by going bankrupt under Chapter 11.
The ground. Well, they make millions. And to find evidence of this, we don't need to look too far back. In 2020, massive retail company JCPenney, with doom on the horizon, filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy. However, it was revealed that just months before this filing, the CEO received a $4.5 million bonus, and 3 of her fellow C-suite executives received $1 million as well. And sadly, this is a pattern for companies on the brink of bankruptcy. Just look at a bankrupt car rental company Hertz, paying over $16 million in bonuses to its highest ranking executives, or Chuck E. Cheese, the arcade and pizza giant, who paid their CEO $1.3 million just before they basically went extinct. And companies like Vice and a bunch of other companies are all repeating this pattern. The list just goes on of companies doing this today. So while employees are enduring pay cuts and massive layoffs as a result of poor decision making at the top, the CEOs and top executives responsible for destroying the companies are actually becoming richer than they were before in most cases. But it gets far worse because CEOs and executives aren't the only ones profiting from bankruptcy.
No,
if you take a look at the list of companies that went bankrupt this year, most of them are owned by a small handful of private equity firms. And in case you're not familiar with what they do, private equity firms buy companies in the hopes of flipping them for a profit. The idea is extremely simple. These firms manage large sums of wealth, usually gathered from a combination of hedge funds, pension funds, university endowments, or high net worth individuals to invest it on their behalf in high potential companies. And if the firm can help these companies reach their potential, the firm can then sell the company for more than they bought it for and their investors profit. But for some strange reason, private equity firms are horrible at accomplishing this. In fact, companies owned by private equity are actually 10 times more likely to fail. So why is this? Surely if you inject a company with a pile of cash and put a think tank of skilled financiers in charge of making it as profitable as possible, it would be more likely to succeed than fail. And why would these ultra powerful institutional investors stand by while their money is being pissed away by frauds? Well, it's hard to wrap your head around until you realize that these failures aren't accidents, they're by design. Now, the industry's defenders will claim that this can be explained because private equity firms often buy teetering, underperforming companies, buying low in order to sell high. So of course a disproportionate number will fail. Of course, no private equity firm would want their company to go bankrupt, right? Well, I would be inclined to believe that if only one for the firms making an insane amount of money from these bankruptcies. Exactly. Here's how it works. So after
now you have my interest.
Monetize their own failure, and seeing how it's going to be even harder for Gen Z to own a home than millennials, I couldn't help but wonder why we're supposed to get excited about investing our time and money into the system. This is how it looks when empires fall. It's economic and cultural decline. I mean, the West hasn't created a great new thinker in decades. Barely even make original films or TV. We don't even make new billionaires anymore. 2023 was actually the first year billionaires made more wealth from inheritance than their own businesses. Even the global elites are just churning out reboots. Our greatest cultural products like contemporary art are getting older and older, becoming more and more scarce, and by that token, more valuable. That's why billionaires all over are fighting to get their hands on it. And that's why I'm thrilled you guys have been.
Another reason is because they can take a tax break on it. They can legitimately take a tax break on it. They can say, hey, IRS, I paid 20 billion as an example to get the Mona Lisa. Here is the receipt. And here is the artwork. And when they get a tax break from it, they get like 19 or 20% of it back.
Taking advantage of the opportunity our sponsor Masterworks is offering. As your
skip.
The private equity firm
once they
finalize the deal started today by going to masterworks.art/moon. A private equity firm will buy up a company primarily using debt instead of upfront cash.
TLDR, they will buy it through shares when directly on deposit cash.
Once they finalize the deal and have full control over the company, they can then leverage that control to force their newly acquired company to take out loans from various lenders and banks, thus loading the company with debt. The company will then usually take out these loans under the guise of it being part of some long-term plan to improve the company. This way, the creditors will have reason to believe they will get their money back, and the company will repeat this process under direction from the private equity firm until the company no longer has the ability to take on more debt. Now that the company has spending power, the private equity firm will then instruct the company to acquire, invest, or hire the services of other companies in their efforts to improve. However, these other companies will also be owned by the same private equity firm. So this company will now be taking money out of the bank's pocket under their name and putting it into the pockets of the private equity firm via the firm's other entities. And finally, when the original company inevitably defaults on all of its debt and declares bankruptcy, the banks and lenders will only be able to collect on assets under the name of that specific company and won't be able to touch anything else owned by the private equity firm as a whole. So in a case like this, it means a private equity firm has essentially used their collection of companies to hedge their bet. And even if the company they bought fails miserably,
TLDR, it's a catch-22.
Which it more than likely will, due to the massive burden of debt looming overhead, the private equity investors still make plenty of money. And if the company somehow succeeds and finds a way to profit themselves, in spite of the strategy, then even better. In that case, the private equity investors stand to make even more money. Now, what I just laid out for you is hypothetical, but there are countless examples of this sort of phenomenon happening right now. And these real-life scenarios are even more sinister. If you live on the east coast of the US, you may remember Friendly's. For those unfamiliar, Friendly's was once a massive restaurant chain. At its peak, there were 850 brick-and-mortar locations. Now, it's been reduced to just over 100.
Whoa.
Friendly's was acquired by private equity firm Sun Capital back in 2007. The firm piled debt onto the business and even required the chain to sell and lease properties for a number of its locations. Ultimately, this strategy pushed Friendly's into bankruptcy, and as you might have guessed, Sun Capital made a fortune in the process.
Yeah,
so how did they do it? Well, Sun Capital's lawyers successfully petitioned the court to expedite the bankruptcy process through what's called a 363 sale. This is when a company's assets or the company itself are auctioned off free of its prior debts. By allowing an open auction to take place, the court's influence is largely removed, and in Friendly's case, this gave Sun Capital greater leeway to choose a buyer. So who did they choose? Well, Sun Capital decided to sell the company to themselves. By adopting a credit bidding strategy, Sun Capital was able to indirectly kill all external interest in the auction without having to put up any real cash. Instead, Sun Capital, through another one of its subsidiaries, offered to become Friendly's lender and forgive its hundreds of millions in unpaid debts, an offer no one in their right mind would match. But what was the end goal here? Why would Sun Capital force a restaurant chain into bankruptcy just to sell it to another one of its subsidiaries? Well, for pensions. You see, when they filed for bankruptcy, Friendly's had $115 million in pension liabilities, and by selling Friendly's to one of its affiliates, Sun Capital reacquired its own company free and clear of those liabilities. Because in the event of a sale, these debts get pushed into the Pension Benefit Guaranty Corporation, otherwise known as the PBGC, which is a government-chartered insurer that rescues underfunded pensions. So with this move, Sun Capital essentially let themselves off the hook for pensions they owed to Friendly's employees and shifted the obligation onto the US government. This then left 6,000 employees and retirees in financial limbo. And perhaps the worst part is that Sun Capital has no remorse for what they did. When questioned by the New York Times about their manipulation of bankruptcy law, Sun Capital's co-founder smugly responded, "We don't make the rules." And Sun Capital went on to do the same thing to several other companies, leaving ordinary pensioners and taxpayers to foot the bill for their excess. But unfortunately, Sun Capital is just one of thousands of private equity machines using debt and bankruptcy manipulation to shift their costs onto workers. According to a 2015 Harvard study, private equity firms had pushed more than 50 companies into bankruptcy and transferred to the PBGC more than $1.5 billion in obligations in just over a decade. In the process, people lost $128 million from their pensions. And more often than not, these firms are far more blatant in their shady dealings than Sun Capital. In many cases, private equity is just writing a check to their investors and shareholders straight from the coffers of their companies in the form of dividends. Private equity firms, when purchasing a new company, will jumpstart a process called dividend recapitalization. And this is essentially a more blatant form of what I mentioned before. The newly acquired company will raise money as quickly as possible by issuing new debt from lenders and use the proceeds to pay dividends directly to shareholders and private investors. This allows private equity to immediately recoup their investment and shift their risk onto the company. For example, Petco was taken private for the first time back in 2000 by a firm called Texas Pacific Group, who purchased the company for $600 million. Prior to this acquisition, Petco had $90 million in long-term debt, and just 2 years later, when Petco went public again, it was saddled with $400 million in long-term debt. And it was revealed later that a majority of these funds had actually been paid directly to private shareholders. And so the company then went private again in 2006 and is now owned by CVC Capital, who is surely employing the same strategy. And so as of 2021, it was estimated that Petco had nearly $1.7 billion in long-term debt in a 3.5% interest rate. And now in 2023, Forbes is predicting bankruptcy could be on the horizon. CVC Capital alone has done this to several other companies over the years. Another example from their portfolio is when they bought BJ's Wholesale Club, a US company that deals in grocery membership, and immediately demanded $643 million in dividends be paid to their investors. Of course, the company didn't have that amount available, and so they were forced to take out a huge loan. And the truth is that if you go down the list of companies that have gone bankrupt in recent years, you'll often find that just before their ultimate failure, they paid their private equity overlords hundreds of millions in funds they owed to lenders and banks. So this begs yet another question. Why did banks continue to lend money to companies that are likely to never pay them back? The banks
Simple, because they can actually collect the interest if the Chapter 11 bankruptcy happens.
Financing the world's largest companies are to some degree too big to fail. JP Morgan Chase, Bank of America, Citigroup, Wells Fargo, between them over $9 trillion in assets. That's nearly 40% of America's total GDP. And not only are banks like this built to withstand a failed investment here and there due to their unfathomably diverse portfolio, but these banks are woven into the fabric of the US economy. If they were to disappear tomorrow, nearly 1/3 of American citizens' primary accounts would be in jeopardy and the world's biggest companies would collapse. So even if a long long series of poor investment decisions and market circumstances ever caused one of them to be on the brink of failure, it would be in the US government's best interest to bail them out. Because of this, the biggest players have almost nothing to lose and everything to gain in the long term from lending depositors money to companies, owned by private equity or otherwise, at high interest rates. In fact, this is the primary way banks turn a profit. And in the event of a bankruptcy, they'll usually have already accounted for it and will make a majority of their money back through a combination of their initial payments with interest applied and the inevitable post-bankruptcy recourse. And in the event a company beats the odds and becomes wildly profitable, then they'll get a significant return on their investment to outweigh any percentage they might have lost on their less successful investments. And they know that if the greater market goes south and causes their calculated investment model to fail, then Uncle Sam will foot the bill to some degree. We saw a version of what this looks like on a mass scale back in 2008 during the Great Recession. And although we probably won't see a similar mass collapse and bailout again due to stricter regulations.
Fun fact about the Great Recession of 2008 and the financial crash. The only thing that saved America back then was the drug money. It was money made illegally. It's not pain, because, when we run dark level, it's basically dark.
Regulations and learn lessons, there are still plenty of securities in place for the top institutions to be able to take massive hits and walk away unscathed.
Yeah, no, it's actually true. Search it up. Search it up. Once the financial recession of 2008 hit, drug money was the only thing that saved America in 2008 from that recession. It's true.
If a bank that doesn't quite make it to that category takes a massive unexpected hit in 2023. While on March 10th, we witnessed the answer to this question. It was the day that Silicon Valley Bank became the second largest bank failure in US history. At the time, Silicon Valley Bank had $209 billion
Also, fact, if it wasn't for the drug trade in the US, the cartel's addition of cocaine to the US, yeah, exactly.
And this would lead you to believe that it was big enough to avoid its eventual fate. But Silicon Valley Bank's biggest issue wasn't its size, it was its lack of diversity. Silicon Valley Bank invested a large portion of their bank deposits in long-term US treasuries and agency mortgage-backed securities, the risk being that bonds and treasury values fall when interest rates increase. So when the Federal Reserve hiked up interest rates in 2022 to combat inflation, SVB's bond portfolio started to drop.
They bought US federal government bonds, but they were long dated. So, I mean, these are 5-10-year bonds. And so as interest rate increases,
those bonds
value of those bonds decrease.
You see, Silicon Valley Bank used to lend out money in short durations. However, in 2021, they shifted to the aforementioned long-term securities for more yield, and when they did this, they didn't protect their liabilities with enough short-term investments for quick liquidations, in case depositors ever needed to make withdrawals. And so they were insolvent for months because they could not liquidate their assets without taking a large loss. On top of that, SVB's banking clients were mostly large venture capital-backed tech startups. So when economic factors began affecting the tech sector negatively, disaster struck. Their customers began to withdraw money as venture capital started to dry up.
Okay, after this video, I'm gonna go get some coffee.
Depositors started to withdraw their money. They were also withdrawing their money because technology, that sector, was in a downturn, right? And so instead of putting money into the bank, depositors were taking money out of the bank.
And when SVB didn't have the cash on hand to liquidate these deposits, they started having to sell their bonds before maturity at a significant loss just to keep up. This caused customers and investors to panic and lose faith in the bank. And when people start to lose faith in a bank, that's always the beginning of the end. After SVB disclosed selling their assets at a loss, news spread like wildfire on social media. This fear that the bank would not have the capital to support future withdrawals and loans triggered what's referred to as a bank run, meaning people started to withdraw their money in waves, hoping not to be the ones left on the hook once SVB runs out of capital. Not to mention, as part of this chain reaction, SVB's stock plummeted by 60%, and within 48 hours after disclosing the sale of its assets, Silicon Valley Bank had fully collapsed and was shut down by Californian regulators. Subsequently, Silicon Valley Bank's parent company, SVB Financial Group, declared Chapter 11 bankruptcy. So in this case, who's left paying for Silicon Valley Bank's mistakes? Well, the Federal Deposit Insurance Commission will cover lost deposits and is estimated to cost them up to $20 billion. But the FDIC limits payouts for lost deposits at $250,000, and a majority of Silicon Valley Bank's customers, given they were venture capital-backed tech companies, had accounts with higher value, so they may be left on the hook for millions as well. Meanwhile, Silicon Valley Bank lives on to fight another day after being acquired by First Citizens Bank just 17 days after its collapse, a deal that makes them one of the 15 largest banks in the United States.
First Citizens Bank buying a large chunk of Silicon Valley Bank
around $72 billion of SVB's assets at a discount of $16.5 billion.
And so while private equity and massive banks play a risk-reward game, it's really everyone else. The federal government, the workforce, the retirees, public shareholders.
Yeah,
They
but
take
these
on
guys
all
are
the
fucked.
risk while they reap the reward along the way. And at the end of the day, a poorly run company will always have bankruptcy as a get-out-of-jail-free card.
Yep.
They can play at any moment to wipe their hands of financial obligations and exploit for loopholes, costing people who play by the rules millions, if not billions. It's a broken system, and with inflation continuing
They
to
will
rise,
not fix
higher
it.
interest rates will likely follow, meaning more companies loaded with debts by private equity
They
and
won't
banks
fix
with
it.
poorly diversified portfolios will likely continue to fail in 2024. Meanwhile, the executives and
Okay,
private
what
investors
happened?
behind these institutions will continue to ride the economy's misery into the sunset.
Yeah, this is bad. Okay, so I will be back. I'm gonna go get a coffee real quickly. Let me... This? And I'm back. I'm back. Ah. that done, let me... Oh. Oh, okay. There we go. Turns it up. Yeah. Okay, so next video I wanted to watch was a very good one. Do you remember Artisan Builds? Do you remember the fuckface from Artisan Builds? Whatever his name is, I forgot his existence. Oh no, it's here. I just need to... Oh, you don't? Oh, okay. So, quick spoiler. Artisan Builds was a Twitch streaming system integrator, meaning they built PCs and gave some PCs out on Twitch live. Now, what happened was giveaway fraud. Legitimate giveaway fraud. Yeah, they legitimately did a giveaway fraud. Like, this is a year-old story. This all happened, by the way, in 24 hours. Within 24 hours, this guy destroyed his entire company. Is this one? Yeah. Yep. That's the one.
This is the biggest scam.
Now, considering I don't listen to headphones.
This is insane. This ghost town of a warehouse is filled with active build tickets.
Yeah.
Dozens of power supplies, video cards locked in cages, and there are several areas where it's as if it was frozen in time. Build stations remain as in-progress work sites. Even the employees' drinks and lunch were left behind. And bins remain partially unpacked from a team that was once excited to move into this brand new multi-million-dollar warehouse that was customized for them. The computers you're seeing, those are still due to customers today, including some
Why, man?
who are probably watching this video right now. We got inside of the foreclosed Artisan Builds offices in what turned out to be one of our biggest investigations yet, as we try to unearth what went wrong for many of the customers who got screwed by Artisan Builds. This video is brought to you by us and store.gamersnexus.net. This is our most in-depth investigative journalism piece yet, and to commemorate...
Fun fact, I do have a degree in psychology. I paid 150 euros just to get the paper for it, to rub it on my teacher's face. That said, I will amount to nothing.
The death of Artisan and deep dive.
I legitimate... Why do you think I have the doctor title? Aside from the Stug, knowing everything about it, I have a degree in psychology. Specifically in human behavior. But I don't use it. I don't use it.
We're launching a new limited edition PC component skeletal shirt. This shirt is in our limited line of ultra shiny foil shirts, and we've only done a few shirts like this before. The new skeletal foil.
I told it many times. I told it many times. Like, my math teacher always said to me I will amount to nothing. So I actually got a degree in psychology, paid 150 euros to get the paper and rub it on his face.
Complete with terminating fittings and three-way junction splits to form an accurate rib cage. This is
I don't use the degree. I don't use the degree, but if I wanted to, I could. I don't use it. I don't use it. Like, even on my paperwork, that thing is just to get him just to get to him. I got what the grid just to piss him off. Like, I don't use it. I could if I wanted to, but I don't want to. It's just collecting dust.
Individually sleeved cabling connecting to inductors and MOSFETs centrally. The heart is made out of a GN logo with a golden pump cap, bordering an RGB LED strip with extensive attention to detail along it. On the back, these super comfortable 100% cotton
just to piss him off, I got a degree in psychology.
Designed down the spine with similar blue and silver foil to stand out. Our limited foil designs always sell out fast, and we will not make them again. So go to store.gamersnexus.net to grab one today and help fund our next deep dive investigative journalism piece. Thank you for your support.
Yeah, this is bad. Oh, speaking of, next video we're going to watch is a tour. Like a studio tour. Not studio, a factory tour.
Hopefully I don't get arrested. I'm not doing anything wrong, but it's definitely...
No, you're not doing anything wrong, as long as you get permission.
Wow.
Damn, that's empty. That's empty, man.
Build went from being a robust, pre-built PC manufacturer with 2 locations and 60 to 70 employees doing $20 million a year in revenue to a bankrupt warehouse with over $1 million of inventory still locked up and still owed to customers today. People who will never see the pieces they ordered.
Yeah, they do. Okay, so my question is, what kind of bankruptcy did they actually do? Chapter 11 or Chapter 7?
And who will never get their RMA'd repair units that are stuck inside. The computers that were in here, they had been sitting in here for months. And that includes, again, repair units that existing customers sent in for repair with their personal files, work files, family photos, tax documents, anything like that, stuck, trapped on the systems, imprisoned, where they will never be able to get them back.
Yeah, I know this is old news, but damn.
At auction. As for how any of that happens, how you go from $20 million a year in revenue to bankrupt, well, a lot of that is because of this guy.
Oh, and there's the reroll.
Yep, that is the guy.
And unfortunately, the follower count is extremely...
Like, this guy, Bootleg Star-Lord, used to actually scope out who he would give pieces to.
Extremely flat.
Listen to this shit.
No, that's a no. This is an ambassador giveaway. This is not...
This is the Star-Lord at home.
Seriously. We need you to promote.
When your child says, Mama, can we get the new Star-Lord toys from McDonald's? No, we have Star-Lord at home. Yeah, number 1, student loan debt. Okay, so here's the thing. Back to the analogy I was making. This guy is bootleg Star-Lord at home. So if you are a child and you just saw Guardians of the Galaxy and you want a Star-Lord figure, your mother is probably gonna complain and say, no, we have Star-Lord at home. This is Star-Lord at home.
Frankly, yourself and us, if we're giving you a free computer. We run the contest, we make the rules. It's a slight change, because we don't want to give PCs to people that quit playing the game. This is an ambassador giveaway, and you've got to be collaborating with my company.
Sponsored by Intel.
Free computers. Sponsored by Intel. Thanks, Intel.
Fuck you!
Even though that now infamous live stream was an absolute train wreck.
Yeah.
It's not the only reason Artesian built
No, it isn't.
Business. They were doomed a long time ago. And today we're going to be showing you the collapse of Artesian builds from the inside.
Whoa.
This was one of their 2 old locations.
Yeah.
The last time we were here was one day after the implosion of Artesian builds. And now we're back to see how it's gone. The last time also was right when Artesian fired all of its staff via Twitter.
Wait, what?
Without notice, publicly.
Via Twitter?
They found out that they lost their jobs.
At least they got some warning.
That wasn't super. Even with that expensive, nice building, Artesian had every reason to make this work. They were shipping upwards of 800 pre-built computers every month.
6 to 8 per month.
They went from doing $0 to $2.2 million in revenue in just 2 years. By the third year of business, the year that they shut down, they were doing $20 million in revenue. They were on track for $30 million of revenue in the 4th year, up until CEO Noah Katz ran it into the ground. Today, Artesian Builds still owes about 800 builds and about $1.8 million to its customers. And that's not counting whatever it or its owners will owe once the pending lawsuits conclude. When we were investigating this, we found that about a dozen or so former employees noted to us that they had not received the entirety of their last paycheck. And we also are aware of at least one active lawsuit currently being taken
by an
against
individual,
Artesian Builds or its owner, who now has to navigate the waters of making sure he hasn't accidentally pierced the corporate veil somewhere. So that brings us to just some of the indicators of where the troubles lie with Artesian Builds at this point. But there are many more, and not all of them are purely personnel and HR issues. We should probably start by saying how we got into the warehouse, since we've already heard that Noah Katz apparently wants to sue us for defamation, among other things. As if we're the ones who said this.
With a record of 0 purchases and a falling off following, we're going to be redrawing this name.
Or who said this.
Oh yeah. I'm a Dumbo.
Or did this.
You are.
It was all above board.
Whoa, what? Okay, yeah, dear, yes, the following response, to request delivery item on with the tracking number, yes. Signed signature, okay. Yeah. Whoa. Whoa. This is bad. This borders on extortion. Damn.
We contacted the brokers and by proxy the landlord, and they were more than happy to accommodate.
Damn.
And if you guys can just like make sure you, if it's okay with you, if you guys can just make sure you're either photographing or videoing the inside of the place, just we can. Appreciate it.
To take pictures and
Okay, cool. This is especially because Artesian shut down within days.
It is a scam. It's a quick response scheme.
Space, leaving the landlord and the brokers without a tenant.
However, this backfired.
And months of work. And
this actually backfired.
So it's not much of a surprise that they were happy to talk to us about their former or would-be tenant.
Yeah.
And we also got information from staff and from company Slack logs, which included information from Noah himself from the Slack
This actually
logs.
backfired.
So let's talk about what really went wrong. When the former CEO wasn't busy going out of business and leaving landlords without a tenant, he could be found recalling pay from contractors and employees.
The camera needs to focus one moment. You do this to me. Yeah, no. Oh, it's because of the lighting. Okay, good. Got it.
In their personal PayPal
like, this is
accounts
bad.
and what seems, to those of us who aren't lawyers, to be fraudulent or potentially illegal. We'll come back to the more...
let's see. Instant withdrawal. 9.316 million. Now let me get it to small form factor so that I can actually focus it. Damn. Payment to redacted 417. Yeah. Damn, man. No, that's 9,000. That's 9,000, not 9 million. Damn.
More serious evidence of this that we've accumulated a little bit later. Artesian was run by an eccentric man with
exactly, what the fuck's going on?
He modified the
okay, let's see. If anyone wants to put your SFF PC, small form factor, is what that stands for, in a dinosaur, hit me up. 60... Yeah, still that's a lot, yes, I know.
Small form factor case by allegedly purchasing real dinosaur bones and arts and crafts gluing them to the chassis in what was supposed to bring to life this render of a dinosaur bone case commissioned from an artist. Now that's not quite as unique as the $300,000 Tyrannosaurus skull used in marketing attempts.
He did what?
Builds, but it's still pretty unique. Artesian was a company that found more success in its core PC building business than it knew what to do with, mostly built on the back of its unfortunate team, and yet instead of focusing on getting PCs out the door, it tirelessly tried to expand into irrelevant categories. The company played with selling home goods like cheesecakes, ordered direct to consumer, jigsaw puzzles of PCs, cutting boards, and slippers, painting a picture of a company run by lost leadership, unaware of the unthinkable success it had already inadvertently stumbled into. And the leadership wasn't only lost in bizarre home goods. Its founder and CEO is also obsessed with the idea of internet fame and celebrity. This is something we experienced firsthand and entirely inappropriately when trying to interview him about the downfall of his company in the days before it closed.
I'm an influencer.
Okay, let's read that. Note from the end. In editing, we don't even let companies take us to dinner at trade shows, so certainly not this. Okay, yeah, that's true. These meetings are tense and brief, the tone makes no sense for gravity of the situation. And inviting us for sushi feels especially bad considering the fate of employees was likely known by this time. It was totally tone deaf and feels like either buying a favor or a misplaced desire to hang out. Okay, thanks, we'll let you know as soon as I can. We have lots of studio equipment, so no need to bring any lights or anything like that. Let me know if you... yeah. This
and entirely inappropriately when trying to interview him about the downfall of his company in the days before it closed.
I'm an influencer, but I'm also an executive.
Oh, the failed excuse.
Take our word for it. In the company's internal Slack, when employees were begging the CEO to please apologize for dismissing and disrespecting smaller creators, he made statements like these. When confronted by employees that publicly disrespecting free marketing vectors, whom Artesian referred to as
an ambassador,
Katz said to his staff, wait, what? They're my buddies.
No, we're not.
What the fuck? If they aren't...
No, they aren't. They were working to make that dough. They were working with you to make money. Okay? That's it.
That's the whole problem. That's the whole problem, guys. Am I not being clear? In the internal server, he continued, stating, quote, I literally built this brand to be their friends. That's the whole point of being live. I want them all to know me. This aligns
and
with
now we do,
actions
not in the best light possible.
Katz's personal assistant, for example, stated in the company's Slack during a fiery debate with the CEO that views and subs were purchased. We later learned from staff that this was during West Coast builds going live, particularly the CEOs or other people close to him. For all of the public issues that we all already know about, like insulting smaller creators who were doing free marketing for our team.
Essentially what it was, yes.
Maybe win a PC if they're popular enough. There were more issues internally that weren't revealed really until we started digging into them. So the first person, of course, who knew about the company's impending demise was CEO Noah Katz. This is not a surprise. And in the final days of Artesian's life, the CEO set to withdrawing approximately $10,000 from the company's PayPal account. And this is information that we have verified through bankruptcy hearing records that are filed with the court that we were able to obtain. So with the walls closing in around him, the CEO began clawing back money that was paid to contractors and staff.
So this is financial fraud.
A former staff member named Abby is currently in debt 3,900 British pounds on her PayPal account, or about $4,700 US. This is because what was left of Artesian or Artesian Futures or whatever it is now, recalled all payments made to her during the tumultuous downfall of the company.
And PayPal sided with them.
Sided with Katz because of the company's size, probably, and presumably because they didn't know that it was going under. And because Abby doesn't know anyone who really works at PayPal, she's kind of screwed. She's in the UK. She's not able to really feasibly sue Katz, who likely has no...
Well, not really. She can. The problem is you'd have to make a class action multi-country lawsuit, which goes into one of two avenues. Avenue 1, it goes into the EU Court of Justice. Avenue 2, it goes under the US justice law. like on the U.S. highest attorney, like on the highest jury what the U.S. has.
Anyway,
and even then,
PayPal
it's
would
not
be the only
guaranteed.
avenue. The PayPal cases showed two disputes. One for $2,965 or so US, and one for $2,570 US. We obtained text logs between Abby and Katz, where Katz, shown on the left, is told that with the COO, Nick, having departed, Abby will need to
So
send
you
the
lost your
invoice to him.
chief
This all happened in
chief
December.
operations officer.
Katz pays the amount in December of 2021, well before the collapse, and the thread revives in May of 2022 after everyone had already been publicly fired. Abby kindly suggests, probably too kindly, that the text thread serves as evidence for the dispute and asks Katz to keep things amicable at the end. He refers Abby to his lawyers. And just for the record, we have emailed the CEO's lawyers for comment, but at this time,
No comment.
of filming, we haven't heard back. Now, this isn't the only chargeback. At one time, especially early in the year, Artesian Builds was in desperate need of GPUs in order to complete builds that were partially assembled but could not ship due to the GPU shortage. And this will build into a much bigger issue that we'll get to later on, where the company had upwards of millions of dollars of inventory, which we've verified on the balance sheet, sitting, waiting to ship, and unable to because it was missing a GPU. So the company ties up all this money in all these builds and cannot actually ship them, creating just a massive liabilities sheet. So as a result of this, Artesian started seeking GPUs from employees and from eBay because they needed them to sell the actual builds. There's nothing inherently wrong with buying a GPU from an employee of the company if the company and the employee come to an agreement about it. That's completely fine. The problem is the payment of it. And by the way, there's also mining PCs being sold from AB Mining, but that's a later story. One particular employee paid about $1,120 US for the 3070 Ti and then sold it to his employer, Artesian Builds, which then went on to sell the GPU
to AB Mining.
Build upgrade for $1,500 at the company. So they did well, they made some money on it.
Yeah, 200.
In May of 2022, Katz, or whoever's handling his finances at this point, challenged the transaction on PayPal and claimed to PayPal that the transaction was fraud.
This is fraud already. This is fraudulent already.
PayPal sided in favor of Artesian and Katz, or his money managers, once again, and clawed back the money from the former employee, who restored both a GPU and $1,120. In another scenario that was similar, Artesian Builds previously purchased a GPU from one of our viewers on eBay, and that viewer sent us all this documentation. This order was placed in January of
2,300 US after taxes. Okay, so AB Mining bought it, so this Artesian Builds Mining. Oh nice, so it was delivered on my birthday as well. Fuck me.
2022 for an RTX 3080 Ti priced at $2,250 at the time. The order was shipped to Artesian's West Coast warehouse and it was insured, meaning that there was a signature of receipt.
Yes.
If you look,
which is what is supposed to happen on any purchases more than 300 euros or US dollars that is getting shipped. It is for security reasons.
At the receipt, which we have, it was actually purchased by AB Mining, or Artesian Builds Mining, making this potentially even scummier. The dispute was filed on May 25th, meaning it was 4
payment dispute. What? So he took the money and ran.
Months after receipt of the GPU. So
Damn.
the GPU is long gone at this point. The reason provided is, quote, buyer did not recognize the transaction, so he filed it as fraud.
What?
Upon further investigation and to vet the source, we also obtained official USPS government documentation noting the delivery of the product to Artesian Builds as certified by the US government's Postal Service.
What?
The money mismanagement didn't stop there. Katz handed down a command from legal to halt all refunds to customers. And this was a knee-jerk.
Go ahead and stop all issuing refunds. What?
Reaction to the streaming mishap. So as people were canceling orders or backing out
Damn.
because of what happened on live stream, Artesian took a stance of no refunds, or at least as directed by Noah Katz and whoever legal is. We're not lawyers here, but blanket
neither am I, but
refunds
that's
as a
illegal.
knee-jerk reaction does, in my opinion, seem potentially fraudulent.
It is.
As for why these potentially illegal decisions were made, that's best explained by looking at the company's balance.
Okay, let's have a balance sheet. Assets. Cash in transit. 0. Adjusted. 19,511 US dollars. BTOA, business checking. 56,251 and 8 cents. Adjusted. 592.51 cents. Whoa. What? Total bank accounts. 76,193 and 44. Okay. Okay, yeah. Kind of makes sense up to here. Inventory assets. 2,180,000. 2,103,807 US dollars. Okay. Okay. So adjusted 917,000. Okay. With you so far on a delta of 1.186 million. Total other current assets. What? Total current, yes. Liabilities. Equity. Opening balance equity. 10,320. Total liabilities and equity 2.612 million, of which adjusted is 1.27, which gives us a delta of 1.342 million.
Balance sheet that we dug up.
Damn.
At the time of demise, Artesian Builds had about $2.1 million in assets, mostly inventory assets.
Yes.
So PC parts that would go into builds that either have already been sold and are pending shipping or a GPU, or will be sold in the future. This is contrasted starkly by the liabilities section of the balance sheet, listed at $4.1 million in the final full operating month. Of that $4.1 million, $853,000 was claimed as a, quote, loan payable to family, and that would actually be Katz's parents here. This later climbed to an alleged $1.2 million, even just as the company went under. And given that Katz's parents are secured creditors, the sudden increase in the loan puts them in line to get repaid during the bankruptcy proceedings.
Yeah, it does.
Meanwhile, customers who bought on debit or who didn't file chargebacks
are kind of fucked, yes.
Behind the parents in line, behind potentially former employees, behind institutions and suppliers, basically behind anybody who is filing a lawsuit. And the reason people who filed chargebacks might get some money back is because you are now lumped in with a secured creditor like a bank. If you look at footnote 7 in the balance sheet, you'll see a $250,000 adjustment to the owner's investment in the closing month of the books, alongside another footnote that says increased loan from insiders, so that'd be the parents. We don't want to get too derailed by this part of the story, but just for some context, Katz's parents were deeply invested in the company,
of course
both financially, but they also were involved at some level in management. So they would communicate regularly with other C-suite employees, CMO, COO, people in that sort of position, and with the lower ranking employees in the company. And they were involved in daily operations by sending lengthy messages to and from employees. And just us reading over the messages and the logs, it became clear to us that there was a culture problem within the company of general disrespect between all parties. So this might fall largely on the CEO and the parental advisors. We can't be 100% sure of how the blame is sort of shifted there. But regardless of where that culture originated, ultimately, we did see a lot of mutual disrespect in the messages that were shared with us from the company's Slack server between basically staff on one side and
this is bootleg
on the other,
Ponzi scheme.
That's not conducive to ever running a successful company, and for that reason, we think it was probably doomed long before this stream. Now, we could keep going about this generally sort of scummy behavior.
Yeah, we could,
in our opinions,
but we won't.
And about things like when the CEO and the company's Slack was shocked that anyone would, quote, curse him or Artesian after it had insulted people based on their follower count. Or when the crackdown on staff happened.
Wait. So you're wondering why people characterize you as an idiot and a fuckwit and a cunt and a whoreson when you belittle them, still have the massive amount of debt, still don't do your job, and on top of all that, do whatever you want when you said one thing and you do another? Especially in a company? Yeah, no, it's no wonder you went under.
But you all get the point. All of the stuff we've been over so far, it's bad. It's pretty damaging.
It's bad, yeah.
But this was all stuff that happened more or less after or towards the end of the collapse of the company. And so we still need to look at what led up to it and caused that collapse.
Yeah.
Other than the person running it, which at this point, given the behavior, is probably enough. But there's more.
Yeah, it is enough. East versus West, okay.
And then we get into the power struggle between the East Coast and West Coast branches of Artesian Build. The East Coast was run largely autonomously.
Yeah.
It had the operations team in it, including the COO and other people in operations and warehousing who could largely run the show on their own. The West Coast was run directly by the CEO who resided and worked there. And in terms of staff, our understanding is that the Artesian Build split was about 2-to-1 staff on the West Coast to the East Coast, meaning the West Coast had more staff at any given time than the East Coast, based on what we've been informed. So there were about 3 to 4 employees building PCs on the East Coast, and with these
okay, I need to close the window, give me a moment.
Not counting support, warehousing, logistics, people in the C-suite for operations or marketing or whatever, not counting any of those supporting roles, only building PCs, the East Coast branch was capable of building about 20 to 31 systems a day, depending on the complexity of the systems being built that day, and that was with its full building. The West Coast, for comparison, from what we understand, was building about 3 to 4 a day, and yet it had significantly more staff. You start to see unraveling here. So our investigation revealed that the company, as of its demise, had about 615 or so builds queued for the East Coast, which is clearable within a month if they had supply available and didn't go bankrupt. And that's based on information we've collected from former employees. And this warehouse was the one that handled the bulk of the orders and had the most refined processes. There were an additional 170 to 180 builds queued at the West Coast warehouse located in Oakland. That's also where more of the streamer and influencer builds were prepped. And here's where the problems start. This was revealed in our investigation. This image shows the company's to-do list for the West Coast warehouse nearing sort of the end months of our region. You can see that the West Coast had about 3 builds per day scheduled, including one for a streamer listed at the bottom. These were the types of builds that Artesian CEO wanted to personally work on. And what we
makes kind of sense if you want to become known.
To associate with the concept of internet celebrity. And these were
That's
what
kind
the
of
West
makes
Coast
sense.
handled. Now, they also handled customer builds, so normal builds that weren't supposed to be special ones. And the way it was supposed to be set up is that the West Coast would handle builds for people closer to California.
Makes sense.
And the East Coast was supposed to be for handling builds on the East Coast because it drives down logistics costs and people get stuff faster.
Yeah,
That's
makes
the way
sense.
it's supposed to work. So then, back to the image. This is what the West Coast had to do on this particular Wednesday, and this is what the East Coast division had to do on its Wednesday for the same date. It doesn't even fit on the page. So this branch, it printed money for Artesian by all accounts we could collect. The picture being painted here is one of 2 autonomously operating arms of the same company with little collective or collaborative action being taken between them. In interviewing team members from both locations, we got a strong sense of an East versus West mentality within the same company. And
which should never happen, by the way, on a company.
Branches, you could start to see where some of the division arose. It can be healthy and useful or productive.
It isn't healthy. It is helpful in production, though.
It has to be managed well by managers, by people higher up, to ensure that it doesn't devolve into toxicity and a backstabbing environment that I am certain that some of our viewers who've worked in large corporate environments especially, probably are all too familiar with. where it goes from feeling like you're on a team to starting to feel like you have to watch your back for someone who wants whatever, your job, your window cubicle, whatever it may be. So easy for that to really go off the rails and create a much worse situation than needs to exist. Now, as for why it devolved into a competitive mindset instead of turning into a collaborative one, well, this image explains that pretty well. This is the quality of build we were told would get delivered between the warehouses.
Okay, but this doesn't look bad. This doesn't look bad. I'd give this a B minus. Okay? A B minus is what this gets as a grade.
The PC build for streamer Nick Merckx shows how it was initially built and shipped from the West Coast.
This gets a B minus.
The CEO directly worked on
because I've seen worse.
The West Coast would build the celebrity builds often on stream and often done by the CEO and maybe one other builder. And then the East Coast would beg the West Coast branch to ship them the builds for a final once-over.
Yeah.
In this Nick Merckx build, that's exactly what happened. The East Coast branch handled the final...
Okay, East Coast? Damn clean job. Damn clean job. However, you lose points on a few things. You lose points in a few things. While this does look nice, you lose points in a few ways. This is why I give you an A minus. A minus, not even an A, not even a straight A. They are not utilizing everything. This is why I give them an A minus.
Final packing and distribution system, and when it arrived from the West Coast, the lower-level East Coast employees immediately set to work fixing the cabling mess that was delivered for the system. It was going to be one of the largest collaborations with a streamer they'd ever done, so they wanted it to look like it was built well. Artesian CEO wasn't particularly fond of Nick Merckx and the crew anyway, and we're also
Wait, what?
If Nick Merckx...
So you're not fond of them, and yet you're still going to business with them. Okay.
That Katz referred to their paid partnership as, quote, ransom. As for why these decisions to rework PCs happened in the first place, it's because of a difference in the escape rate, or the rate of RMA units or defects that escape one warehouse versus another. We were told that the normal escape rate for the West Coast was approaching 10%, meaning 10% of the product leaving would have some form of defect and need a replacement, a refund, or to be shipped back for repair. And the East Coast escape rate was less than 1%.
But that's good.
Floating in the 0.3 to 0.5%.
That's good. At least the East Coast does something good. Did something good
Between the two branches, they clearly were not following the same set of procedures.
No, they are not.
And this is what ultimately led to Artesian burning large amounts of money, really for no reason, because you have two groups of people doing the same work. One is basically just going over the work that the other one had already immediately completed. And that's where we think, other than the other financial mismanagement that we talked about earlier, a large portion of the money was being spent in a way that isn't necessarily immediately obvious day to day until you zoom out. The biggest ongoing liability, though, was builds awaiting a GPU.
Oh,
Artesian had many outstanding builds, either partially complete,
the GPU crisis,
started, or just generally unfulfilled orders.
The GPU crisis is
money
here.
For the order, as is normal, and then fulfill it when complete. But it had unknown timelines sometimes for GPUs. And this could lead to short-term liability.
That was normal.
Up, as the orders could be canceled at any time, even though the money had been taken and potentially already recommitted to the business. Artesian would regularly send its warehouse team to purchase GPUs at full retail price, or even scalped on StockX, just to get the long back-ordered builds out the door before the customer might cancel it. This reduced margin, but it was better than allowing the build time and the build itself to go to waste.
Okay, then it's acceptable loss.
Ended up stuck in a dangerous business cycle that a lot of
this is an acceptable loss then
find themselves in, where it was perpetually trying to chase the completion of old orders, which have been long paid for, and that money has probably been spent, so it doesn't feel like they're making money anymore, with
they're losing money.
New orders. So you're chasing old money with new, which starts to sound like something else, and the problem is what we got, which is a collapse. But because Artesian was constantly chasing that new money instead of first fulfilling those already paid for orders due to GPU limitations, it was reallocating inbound GPU supply all the time. This included it being reallocated away, as we understand, from backlogged orders and instead into new promotions. Artesian's leadership would butt heads about allocation to builds versus allocations to acquiring new sales. They would also reallocate supply already for streamer and celebrity builds as the GPUs arrived, rather than necessarily just sending them all to fulfilling orders. So Artesian's other managers would push for the opposite. They would sometimes push for fulfilling the orders instead of chasing new
which is how it should be done.
We have a lot more documentation and evidence we could share of this fascinating story, but this piece is long enough at this point. And at the end of all of this, you're really left with just a few key points. One of those is that Artesian Builds is now gone. It's been through bankruptcy proceedings.
Hey, Lagura, welcome back.
Reformed as a new entity, which is something like Artesian Future Technologies. This is a normal bankruptcy procedure where the assets reform into a single asset. And so Artesian Builds itself, as we knew it, is finished, and all of its assets have been or are being auctioned off at this point. And the company was run by a man who we think was obsessed with becoming internet famous and with the
congratulations, you became internet famous. Not for a good thing.
Kudos to him. But it was at the tragic loss of a company that was a dream job for a lot of its staff. And it was at the sacrifice of a $20 million a year business in just its first couple years of operation. That's in.
By the way, that is not me, that's the fireworks in the background. What you're hearing. That's fireworks in the background, man.
Insane. And these sacrifices were made at every opportunity to build the next Twitch celebrity gaming PC. From what we've observed, the company had a team of talented people working for it.
Not even a joke, like you can hear them. You can hear them.
Coasts, particularly in the management teams and operations who managed to keep things going in spite of the completely misaligned goals. But at least in the company's later months, there was a clear mutual disrespect between the CEO and his closest assigns and the rest of the company, if not also between the two coasts or branches. So this is not something that can be overcome. Everybody in the company has to work with each other in a respectful way. The company was imploding long before the stream that you're seeing again now. And most of that implosion was fueled by a constant pursuit of money without matching it to the same pursuit of building and shipping a good product. This leaves customers screwed and internal staff frustrated with what could have been and with the cleanup work they're having to do behind their own CEO or behind the entire branch on the other coast.
Okay, let me check something.
To speak of other communication issues, like the changes that the CEO made overnight or his closest assigns on the West Coast to the website, the promotions, GPU supply shifting within the company. This wasn't communicated with the company, as we understand it, until they woke up and saw it in the morning, until the customer service reps started getting emails from customers and ambassadors asking what's going on. And they have to first go to the CEO to ask because...
I'm going to try something. Let me see. Will it actually work? No, it won't.
It hasn't been communicated to them.
It won't.
Bought a boat. I know what you're thinking. That's crazy.
So what I tried to do was legitimately go on the phone,
fueled by a belief that the
like
money
from the phone
and
on
the
live.
GPUs that Artesian had oversold would just keep coming in. By all accounts we've received, this team absolutely loved its local teammates between each branch and the jobs they had, with several of them telling us it was a dream job. The financial and reputational damage, though, was irreparable without replacing the CEO himself. And with that, likely a lot of the staff between both coasts. As for what's happening now for the CEO of Artesian Builds and everyone left, well, some of the group from the East Coast office has now split off to form their own new company.
As they should.
PCs. And for Mr. Katz, he's changed his name and is dealing with numerous lawsuits from multiple different types of parties. And it's likely we haven't heard the end of this story yet.
This is
so
bad.
Our biggest concern out of all of this at this point has been the consumers who got shafted in this, who are left with absolutely no recourse, especially if bought on debit, and if you couldn't get into the chargebacks for institutions or
they kind of fucked up.
So the irresponsible behavior
kind of fucked
Artesian
up
builds as a
massively.
company, not just the CEO, but also the CEO specifically, have led to upwards of thousands of dollars of losses for each person who had a computer on purchase, waiting for a computer.
Whoa.
And again, there's even builds that were in there for RMAs and repairs that won't make it back. So
it's
tragic as a story. But again,
this is
we'll be
bad,
back
man.
with some more on this sometime in the future.
Bad.
So, thanks for watching. Support this type of work by going to store.gamersaccess.net.
This is
Grab one of our
actually
new
bad.
shirts, which are limited, or you can pick up something like a PC building toolkit, a mouse mat, a mod mat, or other items.
Okay, next video,
And you can also go to
as I said, is going to be a factory tour. It's going to be a factory tour. Specifically, it's going to be RAM factory. So random access memory, the RAM that you put on your motherboard, so that you can actually see how it's made.
These robots are making thousands of terabytes of RAM, and we learned the secrets of RAM manufacturing that no one else knew. Until now.
Okay.
V-Color's Taiwan-based factory pumps out memory using custom-built automation to bin the best overclocking chips for high-end memory. In this special edition to our factory tour series, we'll watch as SMT lines manufacture memory sticks for multiple large memory brands. We'll see hundreds of testing stations scattered around the entire office building, working around the clock to stability test RAM. And we'll meet this guy, the symbolic manta of V-Color.
This
I'll call him
guy.
Gary.
Okay. That guy.
We'll start our tour of V-Color here, in its automated overclock binning lab. There's no buzzword usage of AI here.
That's good.
These are just straight up robots and automation.
That's good.
The old school way, except with ultra advanced frequency and
I
stability
am about
testing
to
of
end
modules.
stream as well
Before
in like
that, this video is
10
brought to you by
minutes
the
or so.
Equal AK620
10 to
digital
20
air
minutes.
cooler. We previously reviewed the baseline AK620 as a strong performer and extremely price competitive. Now, the new digital variant includes a screen with a display for some extra flair, including
Happy New
some
Year,
temperature and high temperature warnings on the display. If you liked the AK620's performance but wanted more visual pop without going liquid, consider
don't
the
forget to leave a like.
AK620 digital at the link in the description below. Meet the backbone of this operation. These robots come in yellow and red variations, with each serving a special purpose. Naturally, the red robots are faster, just like how red LEDs make your computer faster.
Not really. Not really.
Both types set to work quality checking memory as soon as it enters the factory from the supplier.
As
The
it
supply
should.
gets dropped off here. The factory itself is extremely low-key. It's located in Xindian, Taiwan, and it's hidden away upstairs in this older mixed-use office and residential building. The hallways leading to the advanced
Yeah, like after this, I'm
ultra-clean,
going to
bright
end it
facilities
as well.
we see in this video are
Gonna spend some time
deceptively
with the
dark,
family
to the
before
extent
New
that we
Year's.
thought we were in the wrong place when we first arrived. But just upstairs is this advanced overclocking test lab. This lab features high-speed binning robots and automation to determine the chip quality of each individual module that V-Color buys from suppliers. Memory suppliers mostly include SK Hynix, Samsung, or Micron. They can process DDR4 or DDR5 memory in these lines, and they perform simple pass-fail analysis. That analysis is done at a given frequency. Those that pass progress to burn-in testing on a per-module basis for stability, while those that fail are sent back to other robots for testing at lower frequencies. Only 2 operators are required to keep this
Listen to
entire
how much
binning facility
failure
running, and
rate
because
they have.
this lab is kept running with so few people, the natural ambient noise is just the pneumatics of the robot.
Yeah. Take a guess before they say it. Take a guess. What's the failure rate of it is?
Memory, but there's a whole software side to it. The automation is able to run 24/7. The screens outside of this lab show the different
So
bins
before
that
they
V-Color
do,
was testing at
before
the
they
time.
say it, take a guess on what the failure rate is. What the complete failure rate is. Take a guess on what the rate of it is. It's not what you think. Take a guess. That's the wild guess. How much failure over rate do you think they have? I can guarantee you it's a lot less than you think. Take a guess, man. Okay, let's do this. Is it /poll? Yes. Let me create the poll. Duration 3 minutes. Not 3 minutes. 1 minute is enough. Take a guess. Just take a wild guess. What do you think it is? Vote on it. No. Yes. Right? No. Fuck. What's going on over there, man? But take a wild guess. What do you think the failure rate of it is? I guarantee you it's less than you think. Like a lot less. Just take a wild guess. No guesses, Ben. Whatever. It's a lot less than you think.
We visited. The large number at the bottom is the yield, or the pass rate, at that particular spec.
Yeah.
A few of these are at 100%, which is impressive, and we were told that certain die types, like SK Hynix A die, can be more predictable for the target frequencies. If you look closely, there's one here that's at a 57.52% yield, which is very low. That doesn't necessarily mean the chips are defective, just that they can't hit these settings. That particular test appears to be configured at 1.18 volts and using timings of 17, 19, 19, 39. That 2,183 number you're seeing is the quantity of chips to test with these settings. Other frequencies at the time we visited included 6400, 6200, 4400, and 7200 plus, but we'll look at that later. But before we move on to burn-in testing, let's talk about how these robots actually do the binning.
Okay.
The test is simple. This robot moves into position over the loading tray of fresh memory from the supplier. It then lowers and uses 8 suction cups to pick up the individual chips. It then moves them into a prep board for a couple of seconds and then into the testing platform. The actual test typically takes about 15 to 20 seconds, but it requires a lot of time to move that arm physically around. The robotic arm then picks the chips back up after that 15 to 20 second period, and it moves over to either a pass or a fail tray.
Yeah.
This particular test we're watching, including the time it takes the robot to move the arm between trays, took about 50 seconds per 8 chips. At 24/7 operation, assuming 0 interruptions, that would mean this machine could perfectly complete over 1,700 tests per day, which would be almost 14,000 samples per day for this one machine. The red machines operate much faster and have more complex movements so that the arm can maneuver around the chamber quicker. Its main advantage is that it has more testing trays though.
Yeah, of course.
So instead of waiting for the test to complete before picking up the chips, it can alternate between 2 groups of 8 units. If you look closely, when it's placing the units down in the pre-test tray, you'll see 2 locations for those chips to rest. It also has 2 locations for active testing. This particular test was completing about 16 modules per minute, so at that pace it could do around 23,000 a day without interruption. The yellow machines were the prototypes. They can run for an hour at a time, completely unmanned, at which point an operator has to load and check them. The new red machines can operate for 24 hours after loading. So this factory may be able to go slimmer on staff for the night shift. We learned that they can test up to 4 timings, alongside voltage and frequency tests, to expedite the process. We asked what the error rate is of the machine itself, and we were told confidently 0%. It never makes an error. That's impressive. Other machines in this lab include a few things we couldn't show, and then an oven, which is a classic for a testing facility. This is also useful for NAND testing, because vColor can manufacture RAM or SSDs, which is a common mix for these two components. The oven tests products at 98 degrees Celsius for endurance and stability. After all this automated testing, the memory goes down a quick trip down the hallway to the SMT machines, or the surface mount technology line. And this is where the robots really pick up.
Yeah, I need tobacco. I'll be right back. Like, I'm gonna pick the tobacco from the wardrobe.
Molten solder, lasers, and precision. These lines make everything in the PC industry.
Not yet. Take a new one.
This is the vColor SMT room.
Like, I wasn't expecting 0% to be honest with you. I was expecting like decimals, like 0.5 or 0.7%.
The memory PCBs. Because they're making RAM, it's small and efficient.
Yeah.
It can largely be run with a single operator in the room. Surface mount technology lines are used for almost every component at some point in the production process for PCs.
Yeah.
They never stop being cool.
Oh no. No, they are cool regardless.
SMT lines are always exciting. They feature ingots of solder that turn into a molten mixture to apply board-wide. They also have fast-paced robotic arms that place components with deadly precision, and the only human intervention is to keep a constant feed of reels upon reels of components and bars of solder. There's solder paste and masking, there are pick-and-place machines, there's baking processes with ovens, automatic optical inspection, and PCB cutting. Some lines, like MSI's, have extra steps for photography of motherboards or GPUs to check against customer RMAs in the future. The longest SMT line we've ever seen is about 100 meters long, and it was fully automated. But back to vColor's line, it's smaller than VGA and motherboard lines by comparison. It doesn't need the same complexity. That, however,
because we only
is
make
an
one
advantage
product.
For efficiency. The first step of the SMT process is to load the solder mask in the blank memory PCBs. The RAM goes through a machine that applies a thick paste to the board. This prepares the memory stick to get baked later, which solidifies the components to the PCB. Next, a conveyor belt takes the stick away. The blue blocks represent where the batches are. You can see that it's moving from right to left. The bottom right gives away the speed. This belt is moving currently at 82 centimeters per minute, although they slowed it down for us to film. You can see that the assembly time is 38.68 seconds per board, which is impressively fast. Currently, the line is processing 3,529 chips per hour and 70 boards per hour, averaging about 50 components per board. And remember, that's everything. Each part on these reels, each part getting placed by these robots, it's all counted here. It's not just memory. Meanwhile, complex parts like motherboards can be thousands of parts per board. After going through the solder paste application, the RAM progresses to a machine that performs automatic optical inspection and begins the pick-and-place process. In this shot, we can see the memory chips themselves getting placed on the PCB by the robotic arm. Before and after each movement, it's optically scanning to ensure accurate placement prior to baking. We also have a few shots where they paused the line for us so that we can see the interior of these machines. That's also when we did what we do best in these tours: get in the way and get yelled at by robots.
Get yelled at by robots.
The hottest oven is the first one, meant to apply the solder paste for use. That one runs at 260 degrees Celsius. The last oven is the coolest of them, as the more sensitive components have been placed by this point. At the end, the memory is spat out 5 complete sticks at a time, consisting of all components and ready for separation. Compared to all these precision robots, PCB separation is a relatively barbaric process, mostly involving a saw. You can see as this technician loads the custom-made holsters for the 5 packs of memory. He gets the honors of pressing the giant green button. We tell him it's go time. And you can hear the saw precisely separating the components and cutting the excess PCB off.
One moment, someone called.
The technician removes the excess circuit board pieces. All of the PCB powder is vacuumed out during the process and contained in a sealed container to be disposed of. Thus far, each stage of this operation has been impressively efficient, with only a few people needed in environments that, compared to some of the steel factories and chemical factories we've been in, are on the nicer side. But there's one more stage to the process of memory manufacturing, and that's burn-in.
Damn.
This is the burn-in lab, and here V-Color tests every single stick of memory that it makes. This one room contains over 200 available test beds for memory. At a surface level, these are just test benches. They consist of a normal motherboard, a CPU, and a cooler. But on closer inspection, the memory is socketed into special risers, functioning as interposers that are used for validation and burn-in. Every stick that's 8 GB and under goes through a 1-hour burn-in test, with each stick exceeding 8 GB requiring 1.5 hours for burn-in. The screens light up green for all the good modules and will flash errors for anything that fails the test. For the most part, bad chips would have been weeded out in the first stage of the burn-in process. But it's possible that entire DIMM sticks fail due to manufacturing issues in the SMT process. This station identifies those. In the event of a failure, the bad stick is taken for diagnostics by a technician. There are various ways to try and recover a bad stick. One would be desoldering and resoldering any components that might be misaligned. This can be done manually, although that would normally be caught by AOI in the SMT line. Failures can get through SMT. Another recovery method is reflow ovens, where they can send the stick back through a local oven just to reseat and reflow the solder. A final option might be determining that the stick is unsalvageable, such as with a bad PCB, and so V-Color would have technicians remove the valuable DRAM for reuse on a new stick. It goes all the way back through the process. This reduces waste, reduces cost, and makes sure that they can make use out of the parts that are actually still good. The last station has the coolest job in the building.
Overclocking. There we go.
And something here caught our eye. This station mixes manual and automated processes. Technicians possess memory overclocking and tuning abilities in addition to their normal work requirements. Ultra-high bin SKUs go through this specialized room, contributing to some of the cost for those bins, and the resulting sticks might be distributed to extreme overclockers, competitive overclockers, or just sold as a special line. There's a big hands-on investment for these SKUs that are 7,000 plus. You'll notice that they keep memory cooling mounted to these stations as well.
And it explained why.
A-die units perform best at 60 degrees Celsius and below, with the M-die at its best at 80 degrees Celsius and below. As the memory modules exit these test rigs, they're sent to automatic packaging and shipped to retailers and OEM customers. Memory is one of the most space-efficient manufacturing processes in the entire industry.
It is.
And it's all packed in tight. The SMT lines are literal steps away from the automated binning and burn-in testing. That means any failures or reworks can be taken care of on the day that they're found, which keeps the process efficient and the throughput high. And that is the start to finish of how memory is made. The biggest
with that, I wish all of you Happy New Year, even though it's 20 minutes before New Year's.